and she's reposting this guy who is actually advertising that he's a part-time high-end adrenochrome dealer and an opportunistic pirate. And when she posted this, um, that's just your opinion. Good luck trying to stop me. This guy says you're a piece of shit, even if it is a joke. Um, yeah. So this is not a good dude, right? So so I shared that because I wanted to, share more on. So and let me share this with you. Actually, I haven't seen this. I thought to myself, I'm just going to watch this with everybody tonight. So, I've had criticisms of Tucker Carlson, as you know, um, and he was fired by the controlled opposition, mainstream media. He has been a problem for those of us who have been awake for quite some time in his reaction to wars and his reaction to 9/11. And he's, in my opinion, doing some really, really good work. But also that he's somewhat of a Johnny come lately. And he is moving in the direction of, he's moving in the direction of where everybody's headed. And that is to common sense and to, um, all this. Ernest, welcome. Welcome. So, so folks, the chat is now going to start showing up with YouTubers and Facebookers that don't do X and don't do Rumble. And also follow Shruti. Good to see you. Miss Mindersu. Good to see you. Follow Hawk and on his channels over there. And because Hawk always tries to share my work on YouTube and Facebook because I'm persona non grata. So you're seeing some folks coming in because Hawk's opening up those channels. So thanks, Hawk. Richard, good to see you. Auntie Honey, good to see you. Ernest, Michelle, welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, Jean, good to see you. Welcome everybody. Buffering, good to see you. Good to have you in the house. Um, let's see. Uh, let's see. Let me see. Yeah. So welcome, welcome one and all. Um, D, welcome, welcome. Come on in. Southern Belle. Gerard, good to see you. Um, oh, Dave, we're in your studio and you have to add me. Oh, you mean that I can add you whenever I want? Okay, sounds good. I'll see you in half hour. Hey, man.
Hey, 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 hey,
How you
shut up.
doing?
Don't get going. All of you, behave. You've been so quiet. I just, they just got the last of my dinner and they promised that they were going to be quiet.
Okay,
Give me a second.
sure. Take your time. Um, so I muted you, just so you know. Let me know when you got it under control.
Yeah, I just had to close the door. The
Okay.
ambulances are rolling up Highway 22 like crazy right now. I had the scanner on. I wasn't getting any reports on anything going on, but they're all heading towards the coast. And it's state police, sheriffs, Sheridan police, all of them. They're all heading towards the coast.
What's
And
going on?
don't know. Don't know. I checked the scanners and nothing coming up on the scanners. I haven't seen anything come up for community county announcements or anything like
Mhm.
that. So, but the dogs are, they get them sirens going, and they just kind of go. They're like speaking their language.
Yep.
You know.
Well, good timing. I would love to. Hey, it's good to see you. We haven't talked in maybe since vacation. Before my vacation, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah.
well, yeah. You the last time we talked, you were just getting ready to head out for Ohio. I
Yeah.
did play your Ohio clip though. That 20. It was about a 20 or 25-minute one that you did just
Oh,
before you
cool.
came back.
Yeah.
I played that for the viewers. I made
Mm.
sure I watched it ahead of time to make sure you didn't blast me out with the big C or the big V.
Yeah. Yeah. I kept it clean. I
Yeah.
kept it clean.
So, but
um,
I forgot you went to Ohio, and everybody was
Mhm.
saying, "Where's Dave? Where's Dave? Where's Dave?" And then all of
Right.
a sudden, then I remembered. Oh yeah, that's right. He went to family in Ohio, and yeah.
Right.
How was the trip? How did it go?
Oh, it was amazing. Well, first off, I didn't really say, "Hey guys, I'm not going to be with you for a while," because my intention was to, get off a show every other day or so.
Hmm.
But I had technical problems because I was out in the country, and the Wi-Fi was the worst Wi-Fi I think I've ever seen. But
But you haven't been to Oregon yet.
yeah, right, right. Yeah, and so, but yeah, I saw my, two nieces, two nephews, their father, my brother, and who's my brother, and mother, who's my sister-in-law, who's known me since I'm 6, um, and 21 great nieces and nephews, all under the age of 12, and two more on the way in the next couple of months. So
Babies need
there,
to be made. People
oh
don't realize that babies need to
yeah.
be made.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
the uh, one thing that I've been noticing a lot about in topics of conversation, especially around the UK and everything, is that the majority of the Caucasians there, pretty much because the economy was going bonkers, stopped making babies. You know,
Yep,
but I'll
yep.
tell you what, the Muslims are reproducing one after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. How do you expect to defeat and maintain control when your population is being overbirthed? You know,
That
uh,
is, by design.
and the UK is basically the same way. Is if you're born in the UK, you're a UK citizen.
Uh-huh.
So, so they've got those same things as what we have in America, basically anchor babies, that that give these people a whole bunch of rights that they really shouldn't have. Um, and I look like I'm looking at the opposite direction. It's hard to sit this way though.
Oh,
But
wait a minute. Let me switch you over.
yeah,
I
there we go.
forgot
Now
about that.
see, now I look like I'm looking at you.
But now it looks like I'm looking away from you.
It's all in your head.
We're both looking to the right.
It's all in your head. Literally in your head. Do you get it? You see? Yeah. I was trying to be
So
funny.
and that's all by design, not just um, people wanting not to have children. Um, but people, the Muslims reproducing at the rate that they're doing because the white family in the United States is absolutely on the decline. Um, and the Muslims are reproducing like crazy.
Yeah. Yep. And it's and the other thing is and I'm going to try and avoid taking us into a medical conversation because we're not doctors. We've never claimed to be. We just kind of know some stuff. We'll just say that. But effectively, those populations do not have what we have gotten. You know what I mean? Whether it be the latest, the 2021, you know, but we think about the ones that we've had that we got before that. The ring on the arm here. I still have mine. It's still here. I'm almost 60 and it's still here. You know, um, you know. So when we look at those things and we have to say to ourselves, well, how can these people be so healthy if they've never gotten any of those? And you may have muted yourself, Dave.
I did.
Yeah.
I was, by the way, I made my dinner
Oh, nice.
before the show. And then I was getting so late, I started the show thinking, well, I'll eat while I'm showing some video or something. And then I know you don't know this about me, but sometimes I can get a little long-winded, Hawk.
No, never.
Yeah,
It couldn't happen with you,
no,
Dave.
no. Yep, yep, yep. You'll the more you get to know me, the more you'll come to realize that. And so yeah, and I hadn't eaten, so you're kind of coming on, give me a few breaks to chomp some. I
Oh,
made a little.
absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
I got a 2 minute and 7 minute 2 minute 7 second clip. If you want to play, this was I thought Mark Robinson did a great talk there. He's it was a press conference. I'm not sure what it was, but if it was before the Trump rally or anything like that.
Uh-huh.
But he had some really, really good words. And it's a short clip, but it'll give you a chance to chew on something.
Sure. Yeah.
I just
So,
dropped it in
but
the private chat for you.
thank you, thank you. Let me see here. I am I'm working on a little something here, and I'm seeing if I can make it work here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. Hold on. So, are you so at any rate, so back to, but just you were asking about the trip. And it was
Yeah.
just you know, uh, it was a reminder of why I'm doing what I'm doing and how important it is for this next generation, for us to there, I'm looking at you now. Look at that. Okay,
Yeah. See, look at
that,
that.
that's what I was doing. That's a little bit better than that artist rendering of my
Not that
nephew.
the artist rendering wasn't good.
No, no, he actually, that was my from my poster of the live show here in Austin, and my nephew did that, and he's very talented. He's my sister's son, and so at any rate, it was just my brother's boys bought a farm, 83 acres, and they built homes on them, and they made a home for my brother and his wife, and they each have 6 kids, and they got 2 dogs, they got chickens, they got ducks, they planted an orchard. I mean, it's just like amazing what they're doing. My
You're
and
building
my
a community.
yeah, and my 2
Yeah.
nieces each married a man whose family had land, and one of them has a working farm. She sells flowers with her boys on the weekends. She's got a flower garden. And she's got 5 kids. My other niece, her husband's family had land that he bought, and they built a home on. And yeah, just and she's got 4 with one on the way. And so it's just it's amazing, have wrestling around with these kids, and just being Uncle David for a week was just amazing, as always. And so just awesome, just kind of rejuve and remember why I am doing what I'm doing, because we need this next generation to really come into freedom and not into tyranny.
Yep. Yep. It's know the
Um,
Constitution by 3. Know the Bill of Rights by 5. These are important things for today for children to learn, and they're not. It doesn't matter what grade you're in. You're not learning about the Constitution. You're not learning about the Bill of Rights.
yeah.
And these things need to be brought back to the forefront. I remember getting the Constitution in 3rd grade, but never heard about it again through the rest of my schooling.
Wow. Wow.
So
Yeah.
that's how long they've been phasing everybody away from looking at the Constitution, and really have hammered the democracy instead of a republic. You repeat a lie long enough, people are going to believe it, and they start repeating that lie too.
Yeah. Yeah. In I was just thinking about this today. In 2003, I've told this story before, but I went to I met Wilda Spalding through a friend of mine, and she is the heir to the Spalding basketball family. But instead of getting money from that and owning any part of the company, that they gave all this money to a town in Africa, and so she didn't have any say in it, but she's well regarded in that town in Africa because it's a ongoing funded situation for the education there and so forth. And she's a wonderful lady. And she would go to every year. She would go to the UN uh, uh, Council on Human Rights, um, and she would work with the indigenous populations to you know, lobby, you know, ambassadors and write letters, and because what was happening to the indigenous populations was these pharmaceutical companies would go in and find out all of their health secrets, and then they would find a way to make that and patent it based on thousands of years of knowledge of shamans passed down over time, and medicine men and women, and mothers and grandmothers. And so she would work on their behalf to try to get them money and support, because basically all their intellectual property was being stolen by these pharmaceutical companies. This was 2003. And the big thing there was the big thing that everybody was talking about was sustainable development. Sustainable development. And I got to thinking, and we went around, we met with all the NGOs. We met with this peace group that had 11 Nobel Peace Prize winners on its dais, if you will, and some overfunded, some underfunded. But I started changing the language, and I tell the story. I'm like, sustained development. I said, you're not growing if you're sustaining, and sustaining is not a natural position to stay in. That's in like limbo. You're either dying or you're growing. So I started terming, saying elevated development. Like, how do we make life better? How do we improve life? And I didn't understand at the time because I wasn't awake. But I didn't understand at the time that this sustainable development was being pushed into all these conversations as human population control. And that's exactly what it is. And so it's, you were talking about how far back you experienced the Constitution in school. This is how far back I experienced this UN Agenda 21. And it's funny as we look back on that now, how deeply embedded into our culture they were because of their control over mainstream media. And now we're able to expose it all and call bullshit on it all. Here, I pulled this guy up. We can watch him. Here we go.
We need someone in this state that is going to stand up for everybody in this state, that's going to stand up for the working people in this state and build an economy that spans from Murphy to Manteo, where everybody has a decent shake at making a great living and a great future. And we have got to stop the weaponization of our government. It is dangerous. My wife and I have felt the sting of it. My wife ran a successful business for almost 10 years. And it wasn't until some folks inside of that business who don't like me found out who I was. And then the games began. The harassment began. And now we find out that my opponent's wife is deeply embedded into the very agency that holds sway over my wife's business.
Hey, real quick, Hawk. Sorry for the interruption, folks. Would you put your links of YouTube and Facebook over on Rumble in the chat there?
Yep, I can do that. I also dropped in the Rumble chat the X. I just explained to people that if you're not signed up, you might not be able to chat.
Yeah, I saw that. I repeated that.
Yeah,
I repeated that.
It's but I'll drop the other links.
You also didn't include your X. Did you want to do that?
I can't. I can only add 2.
Because of okay.
Because we're in your studio instead of mine, or instead of our big studio.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, and you got to remember, I'm only doing daytimes, so you can use this studio at night.
Well, you know what, dude, we got to talk about that because for some reason, remember my email's taking me to another account. And so I got to get in with yours.
Okay.
So
yeah.
we got to fix that. Did you? Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
All right.
We need to make you a new email and put the new email in. Yeah. Go over on the Proton Mail and make one up real quick, and then we can add you in that way. That way then you have access to adding YouTube and Facebook as soon as you get done talking your medical stuff, because I don't want to stop you from talking your medical stuff. It's just that those 2 platforms we know what they do about medical,
Yeah. So, and by the way, also last night, I knew I was going to get into that stuff. So I was okay the past couple nights just doing my own thing without your channels because I didn't want to put them at risk.
Yeah. You just get to add more channels, and for some reason, I don't know what it is. It seems going from when you're trying to go live on Rumble in your studio, you're having the dickens of a time, but we've only missed it like once or twice on mine since you started using mine. So it might be something in regards to that. I don't know. But
hey,
I'm surprised the Rumble's not working though.
Way to good thinking on that. But I will tell you that it's on the Rumble side. I've been having it's on the Rumble side because it's not like it's not even showing for me. Like it should be irrespective of this one. But anyway, we'll deal with that later. But I got to tell you, man, I'm trying to get my PayPal account back, and my friend gave me her account that she wasn't using, and I'm trying to link a bank account to it. but I can't because they know me. And so the minute I link a bank account, they're like, no, we can't, we're not doing business with you, dude. It's like, I want people to understand how absolutely detrimental it is to have too much of our income wrapped up in electronics and social media, because
Yeah.
it's one thing to get terminated and lose your audience and have to regain them somewhere else. It's another thing when they stop you being able to make money at all. And they stopped me because of they and Venmo stopped me because of the indoctrination, the website and some of the stuff we were doing there with the yeah. So at any rate, that's what I've been dealing with today, and all these different accounts is just brutal. All right, got Jasper barking.
You see what we see here with the weaponization of government? It does not jive with being able to have a good economy. Why? Because people should be able to work and earn a living and run a business without fear of reprisal from their own government. It's bad at the state level for me and you, and it is bad at the federal level when we see it done against someone like President Trump. Folks, we have got to stand up as Republicans.
And I was just saying this because the FBI is dialed in with the social media. They're the ones forcing their hand to get rid of people like us. So perfect timing on this.
And understand that the principles that we put inside of our policies yield a desired result that is good for every man, woman, and child in this nation and in this state. That's why for the next 90 days, we have got to work like the Dickens, talk like the Dickens, get out and beat on doors and go out and tell the good news that the Republican Party is the party that will make North Carolina great again, make America great again, and lead us back to a place of prosperity. Let's get out there and win, and let's have a red wave in November, because we want to save this nation and take it back to its greatness. God bless you. God bless North Carolina, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. We need someone in this.
Yeah, he's he is an amazing speaker. I remember that first video I ever saw him when he was talking in front of the city council in regards to the Second Amendment. I knew from that moment
I remember him. Yeah, I remember him.
Yep. I knew from that moment on that this guy was absolutely going to change his community, and if not his entire state. And we see it. We see it very clear.
Absolutely. Here, let me pull this one up for you.
Yeah, this one here. Now, this is I think her name is well, the caption on this is "Woman bitch slaps suspected Klansman into 2024." This is good. This is the girl that Trump met at the I think it was at Chipotle.
Oh yeah. I remember. Yep.
Now she's working her butt off.
Cool. All right, here we go.
They're never going to let you in the club, okay? And you like the movie Django, you are the character of Samuel L. Jackson. I don't know the exact terminology, but not Uncle Tom, but Uncle Tommy, or you were a complete sellout.
First of all, it sounded like that was a non-Black person telling me that. So as a Democrat, that sounds pretty racial and pretty divisive. Next, it's very interesting that I, again, would be called names or be compared to fictional characters because of who I choose to support. Again, these people who are calling and making these derogatory statements about me, who I choose to support, are denying the fact that, again, who are you to tell me that my personal experience is invalid? I think that that's something that a lot of Democrats need to look within, because how have you tried? Kamala Harris is in office right now and has not tried to do anything about the border, has not tried to not tax people on tips, and has not tried to do anything about our failing education system. So everything that she's promising she can do for you on day one, she could do right now, but she's not trying to. So that's something just, for some Dems to take home. So are you telling me that with all the black wealth that exists here in Atlanta, with all the black millionaires that live here in Atlanta, why in the world do 92% of APS students are illiterate? Make it make sense. And we have Democratic mayors, we have Democratic city council members, we have Democratic commissioners, and for whatever reason, 92% of the kids here cannot read. That statistic did not exist in Nevada. So again, I don't know if it was the fact that I got lucky. I can't say that, oh my God, it's the teachers that suck out here. I would never demean our educators here in Atlanta. But what we can acknowledge is the numbers, sir. And so while you want to call me not smart, please tell me what your side has done to fix the illiteracy rate that we see in our black children. Absolutely nothing. And in fact, not only have they not done anything to address the illiteracy issue, but then they're further confusing your kids by telling them that men can give birth, by telling them that there's 53 genders, and that by telling them that your love for your best friend must mean that you are gay, you are a pansexual, asexual. Kids under the age of anything high school should not be thinking anything sexual, period. Sexual should not even be in their vocabulary. So for you to say that I'm not smart because I'm willing to call out all of the degeneracy that exists within our current education system only points to your lack of intelligence and your lack of initiative to actually do something in regards to saving our children and saving our schools.
Damn.
Yeah, she does. This girl does not pull punches. I mean, look what she did at the one Trump event where basically she laid the smackdown on Kamala then when she said, Kamala says that she's for black families. Well, maybe we ought to contract Mrs. Willie Brown and see if Kamala is really for black families.
That's right. I remember her saying that.
Yep. So she does not pull any punches. I like her fire. I like her tenacity. And I love that she is absorbing information, maintaining it, cataloging it so that when it comes time, she can spit the facts, irregardless of who's coming at her. And that's just incredible.
I just looked up and we had 1,600 across my ex, your YouTube and Facebook. 1,600, just as I was thinking about the presidential debate. So 1,600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and thinking about did Trump say, because I saw it somewhere, that he was going to invite Willie Brown's ex to the debate against Kamala. Have we heard if that's legitimate?
Yeah, I did hear. I did hear that statement was made, and part of it was in regards to how Kamala got started and the damage that she's done since getting started. The fact that Willie Brown used her to manipulate things to his benefit. She utilized Willie Brown to manipulate in order to get the things that she wanted. Look where she ended up. She ended up in the second highest office in our country from sleeping her way to the top, and it's just it's going to be interesting. Very, very interesting if Willie Brown's wife shows up.
I personally, I got to where I am today because I slept my way here. I call it sleeping my way to the bottom. It's yeah.
Well, it's true. They do take your channels down when you're sleeping. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. The thing that she mentioned that I thought was very significant was also that that this man was trying to undermine her experience, her human experience, and discredit her. And because when somebody doesn't have a solid argument of facts, they must discredit the facts that are being presented from the other side. And the way to discredit the facts, you can't discredit the facts because they can be researched and validated. So you must discredit the person bringing the facts. And most people don't
Yeah.
see this tactic and how blatant it is. And so she called this man out for challenging her human experience and her choice to vote for who she wants to vote for based on her experience, her life experience. And that's what they do when they throw us off these channels, is that the solution to go after these people isn't just because they're taking away our free speech, but by terminating us off these platforms, they're telling our listeners that we are giving them bad information and we are not to be trusted. And that is defamation of character.
Yeah.
And that is where my future lawsuits against these motherfuckers are going to be about.
I think YouTube's going to end up being a class action suit, as well as I believe Facebook as well. I
Yep.
think that both of those are going to end up being class action lawsuits, and all you have to you'll just have to provide the name of each channel, the email address associated to that channel, and your information for them to contact you. And I believe that's going to be something that we're going to see. And so there will be some retribution for that, but if we look at it like this, Dave, say for instance, YouTube shuts down, right? And you own a tech company, right? And a
Mhm.
person comes in and they fill out their application, and the first thing that you see was that they were a censorship, person for YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Are you going to hire them?
Yeah, well, I've never I've always been saying that those people are going to be unhireable.
Yep.
They just are. They're just not going to, in the new world. And here's the thing. I'm single again, but I haven't like stepped into the dating world. But the first question is, are you jabbed? And if they are, not even an option for me going forward.
Mm-hmm.
And also, even if they said that they're not, well, what's your social media account? Because I'll be able to tell by that.
Right.
I'll be able to look at and see what you were saying back in 2020, 2021, and so you can't hide. The internet is forever. It's so there are certain things that are just absolutely non-starters, and one of those is what you worked for Facebook doing what even work. I wouldn't even hire a fucking janitor from Facebook,
Right.
because you're
Right.
basically you're sweeping the floors of the evil empire, and you're
So
complicit.
did you happen to catch the dog comms today?
I did. Let me show
So-
this as you send me the dog comms. Let me show you this little ditty. And this will set us up for the dog comms.
Just thinking about that makes me sick.
You got a $50 million airplane. You got a $29 million gorgeous helicopter. We had every type of helicopter. Many of them brand new, literally out of the box. You mean you think it's cheaper to leave it there so they can have it than it is to fill it up with a half a tank of gas and fly it into Pakistan or fly it back to our country? You think, yes, sir, we think it's cheaper, sir. That's when I realized he was a idiot.
Dude, how about
what do we got?
that? How about Trump
Yeah.
dropping that? It's like, I mean, I gotta play that again. Here we go. Hold on. Just gonna play the end of that.
Yeah. And that was Bagram Airfield that they were doing that parade on.
Is that right? The one
Yeah.
where we saw that fake plane take off from?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You got a $50 million airplane. You got a $29 million gorgeous helicopter. We had every type of helicopter. Many of them brand new, literally out of the box. You mean you think it's cheaper to leave it there so they can have it than it is to fill it up with a half a tank of gas and fly it into Pakistan or fly it back to our country? You think, yes, sir, we think it's cheaper, sir. That's when I realized he was a idiot.
I hate that
what do we got?
That particular one that I chose censored him. So my apologies, folks, because I don't mind the F-bombs here. And he literally said it. He said that guy, that's when I realized the guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yep. So so you got 3 links there that I dropped in. The Mayrox, the MJ Truth Ultra, and the Mayrox, those are all in regards to the dog comms. But that first MJ Truth Ultra is one that you should definitely read to your people, because I found it a very compelling statement that he made after a conversation with his elderly mother. And I think once you start reading it, you're going to be like, whoa, wait a minute here, you know. And you and I have had this conversation about Project 2025 and Agenda 47. You know, we know which one is Trump's. But to hear the concern that his elderly mother had was something else. And I was just like, wow.
Why don't you take this, brother? Go ahead and
okay, yeah,
and read
yeah. Go ahead and chew on your food for a couple of minutes. Yeah. So MJ Truth Ultra says, just had an interesting conversation with mom. She called me and asked me what all this stuff was about Trump and Project 2025. She kept hearing about it from people who were concerned about it. My mother loves Donald Trump, and she didn't know what it was about or how to respond to what people were saying about it. So I told her these things. It's fake and not Trump's policy. Trump never even denounced Project 2025. Trump's vision for America is Agenda 47. Project 2025 is an idea from a think tank, one think tank out of hundreds, which has their views on how to fix America, but Trump has nothing to do with them. Most importantly, Trump was already president and didn't do any of that. If my mother, who is a diehard Trump lover, is confused about it all, you can guarantee a lot of people are too, and may even believe it's true. If there is anybody connected to the Trump campaign at all who reads this message, please understand the left is hammering this Project 2025 lie big time. Trump, in return, needs to denounce it every chance he gets. For us, my friends, we need to do the same. And whenever we see this BS in the info space, combat it. We combat repeated lies with repeated truth. Here are a couple of things to help combat their lies. Trump doesn't have a multi-trillion-dollar per year propaganda machine. He just has us frogs. Okay. Now there is a Rumble link here. I'm going to copy this link and And I'm going to drop. Actually, I'll just drop the link for the post on YouTube and in Facebook and on X as well. And this is the thing, is guys. Oops, I dropped it in the wrong one. There we go. Is the fact that where it comes to our parents, that are in their late 70s, 80s, 90s, these questions are going to come up. So the more evidence you have available to you in order to present to them immediately, it basically it gives you a weaponization to be able to combat it. You're giving everybody the opportunity to have a way to to be able to just respond immediately and say enough is enough. Stop your BS. It's got a video clip of Trump denouncing 2025 that he thinks it's totally insane. That these are totally extremist views, and that his campaign would never endorse anything like that. And then a post from him in regards to Truth Social, which was copied and posted in there as well. And this kind of stuff has to be combated. We can't ignore it. We have to put this out there in a point where people are aware, and so that more people are fighting back. And the more we spread the information, the more the lie becomes null and void. So he's muted and eating. So let's see. I can't pull anything up. I would.
Hey, do you want me to play these videos?
Yeah. So you have a Mayrox, and then you have.
No, I mean the 2025 one. There's
into something that is.
There's a video.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Become a critical point for the Biden administration and the Biden campaign against you. This is a headline that the campaign put out. Trump's Project 2025 is a deliberate attack on Black lives and Black livelihood. And it talks about the cost of things and what it says 2025's project would be. I first of all just want to get from you your thoughts on Project 2025 and whether or not Biden can use this effectively against you.
I don't think you'll be able to. Look, first of all, I have no idea what it is. It's a group of extremely conservative people got together and wrote up a wish list of things, many of which I disagree with entirely. They're too severe, like on abortion, as an example. They have a strong view of abortion. Well, from what I've heard, it's not too far, way too far. They've gone really too far. I wanted to get abortion. I did a great job. But getting rid of Roe v. Wade, I was able to get it back into the states. And now I've given it back to the people. The people are voting. And frankly, the people are voting in many cases quite liberally. You look at Ohio, look at what happened in Ohio, look at what happened in Kansas. They can vote the way they want. It's not a federal issue. It'll never be a federal issue again.
Yeah, that was the legal. That was the only legal decision that could have been made regarding Roe v. Wade, because the Constitution
and the thing is by turning it back over to the states actually gives all the voters of each state the ability to be participants in an abortion law. So not only did he cover 2025, but he covered the abortion in one little video clip. Two things get kiboshed right off the bat.
Well, here's and I want to address this. Jasper's absolutely going crazy right now, just running up and down the hall.
He's looking for
He's
another
hilarious.
dog.
Dude, he is hilarious. Oh
He
my
needs a
God.
puppy.
Yeah, so I took him on an hour-long walk last night without off leash. Dude, take it easy. He is just, I don't know what's going on, but he is. So, and he stayed right with me. What's going on with you? What? All right, I'll play another video. Hold on. He wants to play. So, hey, but what I wanted to say about just the 10th Amendment clearly states that if it's not specifically mentioned in the Constitution, it reverts to the states. That was the wrong decision 50 years ago to to make it a civil rights issue, and it was absolutely it decimated. So we were just talking about the plan to take out to grow the Muslim population. That is like their scripture. That's their strategy, is to have large families to take over the world, to spread Islam. That is their calling. And so they but they don't like, the globalists don't like, black people messing up their playground here in the United States. And so you had racist eugenicist Margaret Sanger, and you had racist eugenicist William Gates, Bill Gates' father, and you have them start Planned Parenthood, an absolute ridiculous name for something that keeps you from being a parent. And it completely bastardizes parenthood and uses planned as a positive adjective to parenthood, as if it's almost better than parenthood, which is what it is that they are selling. They are selling us something better than parenthood. Freedom, being able to travel and being able to do your own thing. They have made children sick from all of the jabs. They have made them sick. And it makes it harder to be a parent when you have a child that is sick, that is unwell, that is, I watched a bull today, a bison, knock a lesser bison down so that it would be eaten by wolves and the big bison wouldn't have to worry about the wolves. I mean, the survival of the fittest kicks in. And so now our survival is a personal, selfish survival of one generation, not wanting to have children for the next generation, but also having a whole generation brainwashed into gender confusion and absolute gender that will not procreate. There is not procreation in the LGBTQRS equation. That is eugenics.
The only way they get kids is if they get one of yours,
What's that?
the only way that they get kids is if they get one of yours. I mean, is basically what it boils down to, is it appropriate for parenting? I've seen some kids come out really good from that kind of a relationship, but I've seen some kids come out really, really messed up coming out of that situation. Mental health is real in America. You know, no doubt, absolutely no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
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 Yeah, Benjamin,
Hey,
she was paid. So she said that they paid her a very, very
yep.
large sum of money.
Yep. And Harris is using that as a huge talking point.
Yeah.
That Donald Trump will take away your rights if you're in the LGBT community. What a fucking crock of shit. But look at who they're talking to. These people are confused and brainwashed, and unfortunately, they are sick. And they, I have a great respect for a person's journey and who that person chooses to bed. Just don't make it my business.
Yeah. What you do in the privacy of your own bedroom is your business. It doesn't
Don't
need
make
to
it
be
my
the rest of the
business.
world.
Why
Yeah.
they got to make it our business, Hawk? Why do they
Mhm.
got to make it our business, right? Because
Yeah.
it's this I'm not going to say it's a human trait at all, because they've been brainwashed into this whole thing and they don't even realize it.
Yep.
Like, I'm talking about the gay community, the just this whole alphabet
Yep.
that, by the way, leaves out straight. Ever notice that? It's not
Yeah.
LGBTQRS, S for straight. Like, hey, we're all one.
Well, it's
It's
like,
like, no, this is us and you are you. And what we have is just as good as what you have and must be respected equally of what you have. And let's
well,
just look at that for a moment.
look
And
at it like this. You got the Pride Month, right? So why isn't there a Family Month?
hold on. Um, I don't want to lose that place. And I want to get to the Pride Month, but where I just was, about how they're not they're being coached away from us so that it creates more division.
Hmm.
So they're basically and those of us who are very inclusive and are very loving and respectful of what another person chooses to do with their sexual activity, we that we're looking to include and love and respect, we have been driven away from them. We have been divided from them through this them shoving it down our throats. They know what this outcome brings. See, this outcome isn't driven and guided in order for these beautiful people that are, confused, or they feel like they've been born with it, or whatever their journey. God love them, beautiful people, and they're being manipulated to shove it down our throats, not realizing that the intention of those who control the puppet strings is to divide humanity at every possible juncture that they can, by color, our race, by our religion, by our borders, by our sex. And vid, that whole scenario was it divided us all because we're supposed to be 6 feet away. 666, the mark of the beast. And in order to break that 666, we must take the mark of the beast, which is Gates technology patent 666, and the changing of our absolute DNA. How you doing there, pal? How you doing? Yeah, just trying to do a show here. No, don't mind me. Yeah, just go ahead and squeak away. There you go. Okay. So he has dropped his squeakiest toy at my feet in order to play. So I wanted to just, land that hawk before handing you over the steering wheel. But I want to hear what you have to say in regards to that with the pride.
Well, family, you think about holidays, things like that, like 4th of July, Thanksgiving, Christmas, what's it, what are these holidays about? Well, it's about gathering of families, right? So, if they're allowed to have a Pride Month, why isn't there a family month? Where a couple of times a week people are out and they're parading, and the kids are having fun, and the families are having fun, and food gatherings, so on and so forth. Well, they seem to act that just because it's a 4th of July that everybody doesn't have a 4th of July. No, everybody gets 4th of July. Doesn't matter what community you're in. But a Pride Month, I mean, look at the things and the explicit narratives that they go to
Hey,
celebrate their pride.
Let me make one correction, and that is, or adjustment, if you will, and that is, it's not the 4th of July. It's Independence Day.
Sure.
Just like it's Christmas, right? It's not Xmas. It's not, and it's what, so at any rate, but Independence Day, they've taken that from us and called it July 4th, which doesn't have the same meaning, right? But please continue.
Yep. So, but it basically boils down that there should be a time of celebrating the family. It's one thing. In most cases, most families have a reunion maybe every 5 or 10 years. But there are some families in America that make it a point that every year they get together for like a week or two. They camp out together, they cook out together, they do activities together, all the different elements of the family all coming together at these reunions. And we really need to get to a point where we are in fact investing in the glorification of the family in the same way that they have glorification in their pride. Because what did Father tell us? He said, "Go forth and multiply." There's going to be those families that are obviously going to be read out because of their fruits. You can generally tell a man by their fruits what they produced and the way that those children are brought up and their opinions of community and things like that. But we really need to get back to that 60s and 70s. The family is a unit. It is our own personal army, whether it be in circles of prayer or circles for healing, circles for lifting each other up. Whether it's getting together and throwing having a barnstorming weekend or barn raising weekend like the Amish have. Those are all big families getting together and doing these things, showing pride in what a family is capable of achieving. That's, and I'll shut up.
Go forth and multiply. You know what nullifies multiplication?
Division.
Division. God says, go forth and multiply. Satan says, go forth and divide. And that's exactly what is happening. We've never had a bigger gap between our fellow human beings as we have now. But what also happens conversely is we have never had a connection with our fellow human beings like we have now.
True.
And we can't forget the positive of this whole yin and yang that we're experiencing as a culture right now, as a species. Like, you and I have never met, and we're brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And how does that happen? Well, you've seen my heart. I've seen yours. I know your intent. You know mine. It is for the betterment of humanity. We see.
It's not about us. It's about them. It's about everybody watching.
Well, it's about us too. I'm no martyr here. I'm not gonna die on this cross. If I do, I died the way I would want.
Yeah, but you did it for them because you're going out of your way to what? Teach people. Who are those most persecuted? Teachers.
Yeah.
Real teachers. We're not talking about the schoolhouse education. We're talking about the teaching about the real history, about real life, about understanding the deception that we've been under. So yes, you're a teacher. So what was Christ? Christ was a teacher. They called him teacher. They called him master. He owned no slaves, but they called him master. He had thousands of students, so they called him teacher. When you look at it, you begin to understand that there are constantly sacrifices going on. It's not necessarily on a holy level, okay, but there are sacrifices that people are making in order to teach, in order to reveal that this awakening, what is, most people don't even realize this, but the word apocalypse actually means awakening, unveiling, revealing. Okay. And as a teacher, that's exactly what you're doing. You're walking them through the apocalypse so that they're whole when they get to the other side.
Yeah.
By the way, did you
my hand.
While this is up on the screen and people are chatting about it, have you heard the news in regards to Ronnie?
No.
Okay. He ended up going to the hospital this weekend. He ended up having to go to.
This is Ronnie York, folks.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know,
he went to the emergency room. He had lost the feeling on his entire left side. His arm and his hand are basically paralyzed. Well, they did a CAT scan and they found a tumor on his brain.
Oh shit!
On the right side of his brain, so it's affecting the left side of his body. He's going to try and continue podcasting, but his daughter's going to move him in with her and everything. So yeah, everybody, please play for Ronnie. You know, he's an older gentleman. You know, he's a truther in his own way. And he's been out here in this battle with us for the last couple of years. And Dave and I made a couple of appearances on his program, and he's made an appearance on ours. You know, a great guy with a big heart, just loves his fellow man, wants to do everything that he can. Ronnie York is his name, and so a prayer for him to defeat this cancer would be extremely beneficial. And let's get him back to us. But his doctor was talking hospice and everything else, but Ronnie doesn't believe that. You know, I think it's going to be willpower is going to be a big part of it. Prayers is going to be another. But he said the doctor told him he wanted to do chemo, radiation, and surgery, and then turned around and said to him, but you're probably not going to survive the surgery. So why go through the chemo and the radiation and the surgery if he's going to end up dead?
Okay, listen, I'm not going to have these conversations anymore regarding doctors as if they have any credibility whatsoever.
Oh, we both know it. We both know it.
So here's
that's how Ronnie saw it too.
Yeah. So fuck the doctor. Okay. Fuck all the chemo and all that. He needs to be on. Now, listen, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a, hey, excuse me. Give me one second.
We've already sent him the Ivor.
Okay. But here's
but the other one that the Fen and Ben and that one there, I haven't been able to find. And he's already got RSO.
Fantastic. Now, the key here is looking on PubMed and looking for how the only Ivor that penetrates the blood-brain barrier is the Medbendazole.
Yep.
So now, is there a source for that?
That's the only one I personally have not been able to find it, but other people have said that there are places to get it from. And he's going to he goes back in. I think he said Monday or Tuesday he has another appointment, and somebody had suggested to him, Ronnie, you need to approach him with the aspect of what Trump put into place with the right to try. So that's another aspect of this as well.
Has that been something that has been overturned at all?
No, as far as I know, that has not been reversed. It went into effect in 2018.
I can't believe that I even have to ask that fucking question.
Yeah.
Like why would they overturn that? Well, why would they overturn DNA testing at the border?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What
but yeah, I wanted to fill you in because I know a lot of people are dropping comments in regards to Ronnie in the chat. And I know that you were eventually going to get to a point where you said, what's going on with Ronnie? I knew that was going to come, and I figured I'd just go ahead and lay it out for you and let you know ahead of time as to what's going on. So
thanks. And Angel, have you heard of that news?
Angel of Yahweh was in your chat over on X earlier, I think.
Okay.
And I haven't heard too much in regards to that. Somebody just mentioned it to me a couple of days ago. So I just now found out about it myself. So another
So
one to pray
it's
for, Angel of
yeah,
Yahweh.
another one to pray for. Yeah, angel of Yahweh, and same thing is getting enough of the parasite killer
Yep.
in their bodies before that kills them. That's it. And it shouldn't take much because it starts reversing immediately, and as well as the RSO. So yeah.
So
Hmm.
Richard said that doctors in the 30s and the 40s used frequency to attack and destroy. Well, Dave, don't you have a frequency healing device?
Yeah, as a matter of
Okay.
fact,
So
it's in the other room, but I use it almost every show, and it's called Coherence that I run during the show, and it's and I it also works for pain. It's called the Healy, and I've got a link for that somewhere if you guys want to reach out on that if you have an interest. But I haven't actively sold it. I sold it a long time ago, and I loved it, but it was a lot to keep up because it's such a fascinating. It takes up a lot of time, with in terms of how you can send me an email with how much there is to learn.
whoop, you just muted yourself, I think.
The frequencies. Sorry
There
about
you go.
that.
That's all
The
right.
frequencies and how effective they are at healing, and also giving us minerals and Bach flower remedies and things of that nature. These are all of these things. These living beings in this realm with us. They all carry a frequency, and if those frequencies, they can be recreated just like a song. Different notes can be recreated over and over and over again, and those notes, they do something to us. The frequency actually affects us very, very either negatively or positively. And so frequency is a very, very big thing. And but what I'm looking at, and I want you all to just think about this for a moment, if you would, that there was a reason why they kept from us these drugs during the incident of 2019, 2020. One of the main reasons is because they knew that if it became more popular, we would find out more about it, and we would find out some of the side benefits of these drugs. And the side benefits of these drugs just happens to not only get rid of the parasites in our bodies that we don't know are there and are causing a lot of the disease that we encounter, but that it would get rid of the big C. And if it got rid of the big C, that means that the big C is a parasite. And it is not what they've been telling us it is. And that parasite feeds off of what we feed it. It takes the sugar, it takes the the carbs, it eats that and grows. And the only three things that doctor can tell Ronnie is we cut you open, or we, fill you full of radiation, or we fill you full of really, really, really toxic drugs to the human body. That is what crumbled during the past 4 years. That entire industry discredited themselves by luring a trusting humanity off a cliff like lemmings. And that is why we can no longer extend them any credibility unless we got a broken leg, or we got something in us that needs the knife because we've exhausted all other possibilities. 911 emergency room. Yeah. Thank you. God bless you. You're doing amazing work there. But the rest of the hospital could crumble to the ground and we'd all be better off for it. And we are taught not just the Constitution in school, like you were talking about, how they keep that from us, but how about that we're taught about our bodies, and how about we're taught about the plant life in the world that has sustained humanity, not sustained elevated humanity to 6 billion, 5 billion people before the 1920 robber barons came along and Rockefeller came along and absolutely took over how we look to treat our bodies. And it just, he took control of it and buried what has elevated humanity for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And now, so when I put that recommendation for Ronnie out ahead of any kind of a frequency, even though, I benefit if somebody wants to buy one of those frequency machines, I think they might end up sending me one, or, something like that. I can't remember honestly, the whole, how that was all set up, but, I know that I was able to get several and gift several. And, so, but the thing that they kept us away from, that is the thing that is at the forefront of my mind, because it is the parasite killer, and we have come to the realization that cancer is a parasite. So I even put that above RSO, even though I'm a big proponent of RSO, and you have healed many, many, many people with your medicine. Well,
the plant has healed them. I just happen to know the extraction process, is all it is. And the patients don't pay for it. They get it for free.
You are an artist at what you do. You are an artist that has, you would get more benefit out of going to you than the hospital. Okay. On almost anything.
Yeah. And that's the thing. RSO covers such a wide variety of stuff, but the plant itself covers a whole bunch of categories. I've had a lot of your viewers actually contact me for my recipe for my salve. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
that's something you rub on. You rub it on, and within 5 minutes, the pain is gone in
Oh,
that area. You know,
yeah. Oh, by the way,
and
I haven't received anything from your friend yet.
well, I know that packages that were being tracked were due for Friday or Saturday um, of this week. So
Oh, really?
it may
Okay.
come. Yeah,
All
I would
right.
definitely keep watch on that.
Thank
Um,
you. Thank you.
so,
Thank you, brother.
but if
I
not,
was in bad
I'll
shape,
send
man.
another one. You know,
I was
if
in,
not, I'll send another one. I don't hesitate to send a second one. Um, I just can't do it off of my farm. You know,
oh, I know. We
you
don't
know,
have to talk about that. We
yeah.
don't have to talk about that.
So,
You already know. I already know
yeah.
that, and we don't need to bring more attention to it. So, the I wanted to share. I was going to share Tucker here, and let me bring that up.
Yeah, and then we have the dog comms to do yet too. We
Oh,
got
yeah.
sidetracked there.
Yep.
But I wanted to make sure that I filled you in on Ronnie. You know, that was
Thank you.
just,
Yeah.
you know, he's part of our community, so both of ours. So
Yep.
I wanted to make sure that we mentioned him.
Yeah. Well, we love you, Ronnie, and I'm very glad that you are taking steps in the right direction, and you absolutely, without question, will get to the other side of this. You just got to believe it, and you've got to, trust that God put this stuff on this earth for a reason, and to combat anything that would come along. And you're just tapping into that and tapping into the frequency that our friend was talking about that was so important with Richard Reif. You don't need the device I have, or you don't need the Reif machine. You can hum. And just get into a vibration and absolutely just melt this away from your body. And the same goes for you, Angel. And anybody that's dealing with this is you create that frequency and just imagine it just going away.
Yep.
Going off into the distance to somewhere where somebody won't be harmed from it.
So one of your followers, John J. Do you see his comment there?
I didn't have that up because I was pulling up something. Let me see. John, I was sleeping. What did I just miss? I was just diagnosed with bladder cancer last week, and my head is spinning. Taking Ivor and Fenben and quercetin, zinc, vitamins A, B, C, D, K. Wow. Sorry to hear that, brother, and I'm glad that you are on that MO. That is fantastic. And I was just talking about the vibration and how you can create that as well. And just imagine all these things that you're taking that are just dissolving it away.
Yep. And if you add frequency on top of that, you may you know, just helping eliminating. You know, you think about it. You can go on to YouTube. You can go on to what Odyssey, I think it's called, is another video site, and type in frequencies and look for ones that say that, you know, we use this frequency for healing for such and such. And you know, you might just have something there that you connect with. But then, you know, there are people who have those little machines like the Healy and things like that deal with certain frequencies as well. But you know, you want to find the one that matches you.
Yeah, that's true. All right. So here we go. Jasper, get down here.
And it's happening for political reasons. It's happening because the Democratic Party has ceased making the case for itself to Americans.
Come here.
And so in order to keep power, in fact, to expand their power and to preside over the one-party state that they desire, they're going to need a brand new electorate. And this is their electorate. Foreigners will choose your leaders. You're not allowed to choose the leaders of foreign countries, but foreigners will choose your leaders, including in this election, this 2024 presidential election. Well, how would that work? It's illegal, you say, for illegal aliens to vote in a federal election. Well, actually, it's not illegal, it turns out. Congress passed something in the U.S. code, the federal code, a line that, unbeknownst to the rest of us, makes it legal for illegal aliens to vote in federal elections if they believe they are citizens. It's a state of mind. Did you know that? We didn't know that. Most people didn't know that. Catherine Engelbrecht just found this provision in the U.S. code. That's the kind of thing she reads because she's the founder of True the Vote and has been working on these issues for a few years now. And she joins us to explain what she's found. Catherine Engelbrecht, thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, thanks for having me.
So would you mind explaining what seems at first blush a very far-fetched idea that the U.S. code, as of right now, as of our speaking, would allow illegal aliens to vote in the upcoming presidential election? How would that work?
Yeah, well, True the Vote, the organization I founded some years ago, has been long involved in looking at the accuracy of the voter rolls. And we've long maintained that inaccurate voter rolls lead to inaccurate elections. So with that as a backdrop, we've been very concerned about the lack of availability to determine citizenship status, not just by groups like ours, but by states themselves. They can't get close enough to a citizenship status database to make good determinations. That then led me to look a little deeper because, as you rightly lay out, there's a motivation here. So what might that be? We've seen many, many videos of people coming across the border who are talking about their excitement about voting for Joe Biden and claiming that they are citizens. But yet, we hear debates in Congress where the congressman will say, "You can't. Don't worry, non-citizens can't vote. It's a crime of perjury. It's a felony." So, okay, we took a deep look at the criminal code, and Title 18 left us just gobsmacked, because when you read all the way through it, as it lists all of the stipulations against non-citizen voting in federal elections and lays out the penalties therefore, scroll all the way down to the fine print. And what you read is that non-citizens can vote without penalty if at the time they are voting, they believe themselves to be U.S. citizens.
Well, I mean, that seems insane. I mean, I'm taking your word for it. I'm not a lawyer or an expert in the federal code, but is there any other crime? Like if I can show that I didn't know I was robbing a liquor store, I had a gun in my hand, I was demanding money, but I didn't really think it was robbery, does that shield me from being prosecuted for robbing a liquor store?
No, certainly not. But I will say that the state of mind idea is something that we've come up against in the past related to domicile, as we've done reviews of the voter rolls, and you see people that are registered, but they're registered to vacant lots, they're registered to fast food restaurants, and the press you get back from the state as well. But residency is a state of mind. This takes that to an entirely different level. And I'll tell you what I'm really concerned about, Tucker, is that when we lived through 2020 and we saw the landscape change, lawlessness take hold, we watched on the sidelines and said, surely this can't be what it looks like is happening. Surely this move to the mass mail of ballots and unmonitored drop boxes and third-party election workers that have no proper training to support all of the ebbs and flows of process. Surely this can't be what's about to play out. And then when it did, you're left with scant few days to try to pick up the pieces and prove what really happened. I'm seeing this now play out in 2024 on this issue much the same. And so it's my hope that we can awaken Americans to this problem and demand accountability before November so that we can decide if citizenship is truly a state of mind.
So can I ask about the law itself, the code that you're referring to? Do you think that suggests that the foreigner, because the proposition here is that we're allowing foreigners to choose our leaders, which is insane, of course. But is the law written in such a way that foreigner will not be punished for voting in our elections, but will that vote still count? Is that clear?
Well, it's a great question, but I mean, the ballots are anonymous. So once that ballot has been cast, either by mail and it's been separated from the envelope with which it's carried to the central count, so you can't tell who voted if that's been separated, the envelope from the ballot, and certainly by machine you can't tell. So no, there's no way to pull this back. It's why it is critical that we get on the front side of this and have a very national discussion about the tracks we're heading down. This is a very, very...
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. The internet is crowded with interesting things.
Wow. This is oh boy. Okay. So they are trying to steal our lives, our children, our dreams, our families, our minds. I mean, they're stealing everything. Our daydreams, our night dreams with fluoride. I mean, it's just, this is what they do. And they're able to do it by controlling who's, that we're handing over our power to, like who's pulling the strings there. And they're pulling the strings on those people. We have to understand that this is all by design, and this is, we're sitting around stunned that these revelations are coming forward. And it's like, duh. What, this is how they operate. This is how they steal everything. They take 5 months of our work year, of our lives, every year. The money we make in that 5 months or whatever amount of time, whatever tax bracket you're in, they are stealing our lives from us. And this is how they do it. And this is how they have stayed in control for a very, very, very long time, because they rigged the system and we've let them get away with it. And that's got to stop. And it will stop when we decide that it's going to stop. This awakening, this revolution, it is a playground for the opportunist, but it is no place for one, because it is a fight for our humanity. And the sooner we understand that, the sooner we start to actually take action. And I want to make sure that people understand that all of the shows and all of the news clips and all of the shared videos and all of the the comments and the back and forth on social media, all of that is in the act of freeing ourselves from this matrix. But the problem is that by actually engaging with the matrix, we stay in the matrix. You know, Neo kept going back into the matrix to try to help and try to create change. But you can't stay in there. Otherwise, why are you trying to break people free from it? You're not going to be able to break people free from it because you are absorbed in it. And so we've got to be careful. I mean, we literally could say just right now, no more. Like, I'm not playing this game. I'm not doing taxes. I'm not doing the bullshit that we've come to find as bullshit. I'm not giving them power over us. We're going to take over the school board. We're going to take over the local government. We're going to, because they're cheating on all the voting. So we just get rid of them just because they're doing a shit job. We'll let the activity, we'll let the result of their activity in their respective roles be the determining factor whether they or not they get to continue in that role. We don't need a fucking election for that. It is clear, plain as day, and then we'll find somebody to replace you that will do the job. And if they don't do the job, or if there's any funny business, they're out as quickly as the last guy. You know, this is the way forward. That's the actual revolution. Watching it, talking about it, that's a part of it, because we've got to get everybody up to speed. We've got to get everybody on board. But eventually, we just got to stop doing the things that we are fighting to no longer do. Yeah.
So let's hit them dog comms.
Did you send them to me yet?
Yeah, they're in the private chat. So the first one is Mayrock's the ending with 2305.
Got it.
And then the MJ Truth underneath it has got
Okay.
some more added stuff. And then the next Mayrocks is also another one.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pull up all three of them and then go one at a time. Okay. Here we go. All right, my friends. Let's we'll call this we'll call this, wait a minute. Is it the JD Vance one, or this is getting good?
Yes. Yep. JD Vance.
Okay, that's the first one. Okay. All right.
Yep.
I just want to say that this is the Hawk Marsden Short Film Festival. Here we go. Hold on.
So his dog's name is Atlas. Beautiful German Shepherd.
By the way, what did you say his dog's name is?
Atlas.
Okay. Somebody said JD Vance obviously has never held that leash before and has never walked a dog. You know, these are people that are trying to tear down MAGA with just stupid shit, right? Like try to discredit what they're doing by the way he holds the leash. And I said, a well-trained, you don't have to hold the leash well for a well-trained dog. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's coming from
And it was raining. The dog wanted to get out of the rain as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
he was giving the dog leeway.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
this was the latest debt clock. And what do we have in the center of the debt clock? Atlas.
Atlas. Holy shit, dude. Wow. Okay. And it says Atlas. Interesting. A revolution begins in a
So
world
those
of
three
debt.
drops all talk about this, the connection between the dog-com and, you know, of the dog Atlas, and the U.S. debt clock dropping that just hours before.
This is the J.D. Vance had to land, and this is the second plane problem
Mm.
in the past week.
So the door was sealed and came unsealed.
Oh, shit. Unsealed, as in indictments, as in sealed indictments. Nice catch, brother. Okay. And 737, and we were just talking about 747 last night with Oliver. Did you see that? I know it was a long show, dude.
No, I finished working at 11:30, came in, went right to bed, and was back up at 4 o'clock this morning. And I got a whole acre and a half cleared by hand.
Nice. I invited Hawk up last night, and he was busy being a man.
Got to make room for the dogs to run, you know.
Yeah.
So those blackberry bushes had to go.
So no more blackberries, huh?
Oh no, there's 30 acres of them here.
Oh wow.
They grow all over the entire property.
Wow. Okay. My niece was growing blackberries, so I had some blackberries over vacay. So, wow, dude. So, we were talking about the planes last night, and I got to share a dive with you, and I'm sure the listeners won't mind that, but we'll do it after this. Are there any more dog comms that I haven't hit yet?
No, those are the three different posts.
Okay.
Mayrox puts it together really good. MJ Truth Ultra has got just a slightly different in variation wise, but I thought that they were both great breakdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it would definitely be well worth the time to check it out.
What do you talk to the folks about the dog comms?
Well, what I found interesting was the fact that
no, just the dog comms in general.
Oh well, dog comms. You know, it was we've had Scavino has done a bunch of dog comms that all go to different posts on the keyboards, and he kept pointing specifically at a couple of in particular dogs. Even talked about JFK Jr.'s dog that was not with him when the plane went down, and Donald Trump ended up with his dog.
Whoa.
Yeah, he took care of Junior's dog after the plane went down.
Really?
Yes.
I never
Whether
knew.
the
I
dog
never
is
knew
still
that.
with him or not, I don't know.
When did you find that out?
Back, I would say about 5 years ago.
I don't know how that little tidbit has eluded me.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, his dog was with Trump for I know that his dog was still with him in 2016. Yes, Friday was the name. Yes.
Friday?
Yep.
Wow. Thank God it's Friday.
No, My Girl Friday.
What's My Girl Friday?
You remember the movie My Girl Friday?
Never saw it.
It was another take on the Robinson Crusoe story. Instead of Friday being a guy, it was a girl. So it was My Girl Friday.
The Robinson Crusoe story?
Yeah, it was kind of like a parody of the original story.
Okay.
Remember Robinson Crusoe got stranded on the island?
Yeah.
And Friday was the guy who the black guy who came out and helped him to survive until they got a ship out of there.
Oh no, I didn't remember that guy's name. No.
Yeah, his name was Friday. So there was a spin-off done about it as Friday being a female, and they called it My Girl Friday.
Okay. I see. What is the World Bank Atlas method? This is folks, when you see a post like that, some of the comments is where the gold is.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the comments by somebody. I'll tell you who it is when we go back out. But taking in a world of debt down to the World Bank and then the Atlas, what is the World Bank Atlas method? Data compilation methodology. The World Bank's official estimates of the size of economies and country classifications by income level are based on gross national income per capita. For cross-national comparisons, estimates are converted from local currency units to current US dollars using the Atlas method. Referring to a former World Bank publication called the Atlas of Global Development. The Atlas method smooths exchange rate fluctuations using a 3-year moving average, price-adjusted conversion factor. The U.S. dollar estimate of GNI, gross national income, per capita is derived by applying the Atlas conversion factor to estimates measured in LCU, local currency units. For more details, see the detailed methodology page. Okay. So, Atlas has held up the world debt. And that's changing. This is a part of the revolution. A revolution begins. See, in a world of abundance, there's no need for a revolution. But in a world of debt, where debt has taken over as the politically correct method of human slavery and enslaved humanity. And this is the World Bank. The World Bank is the Rothschilds. The World Bank is the IMF. The World Bank is the Khazarian mafia. They run the world. There is no question about that. That isn't being challenged. Certainly not in any room with a level of intelligence worth breathing the air of. So that this dog-com of Vance's, what do you make of it?
Well, a couple of different things. I mean, between comparisons with Atlas and the World Bank, and then we go to.
Hey, Hawk, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
This up here real quick.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to let everybody know that Rumble is up and working. So if you prefer Rumble, you may check it out. There's 2,031 of you here in X and YouTube and Facebook, and then there are 74 over listening on Rumble. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking for it here. So you think of number one, Vance's Dog.com with the dog named Atlas, which you've already connected to the World Bank. Okay. And then we have number two, Vance's plane made emergency landing with a malfunction to the door seal. Okay. Patriot Debs had put up Vance's plane makes emergency landing due to a door seal malfunction. It's supposed to be sealed, but became unsealed. Yeah. And that comes down to post 3011. Sealed and unsealed indictments coming. I think that over the next couple of weeks, we're going to start seeing things maybe become unsealed.
Well, I tell you, I agree. And what we're seeing, and I'll take you down that dive that I promised you, and I could do it now. It would be right along on par with this. I want to take people to a few things here, and one is I could do it here in the sealed unsealed. I could do it here. Let me do that.
So somebody also asked where the emergency landing was. It was in Milwaukee. They had to make an emergency landing in Milwaukee. Milwaukee International Airport after malfunction mid-flight, and he was headed to Cincinnati, Ohio. That was his ending destination.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right.
So you had Trump's. It was in Billings, Montana.
Mm-hmm.
And then Milwaukee, Minnesota.
Was where the
what's going on here?
Yeah, that's good catch. Another connection. Okay. Before I go to the sealed unsealed, I want to go to this connection here, which is the Atlas Shrugged and Rand's book, because with the Atlas. Okay, this is Bendlerushka says the theme of Atlas Shrugged, according to Ayn Rand, is the role of the mind in man's existence. It is the mind, the story shows, that is the root of all human knowledge and values, and its absence is the root of all evil. Look at how they have controlled our mind. This is exactly what I was just talking about. And so that's another connection to that calm.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 17th day of August right now. 7:13 on the lunar calendar mirrored 3:17, which happens to be 3/4 on the Julian calendar, post 34, and post 34 is my my fellow Americans Q clearance patriot. And as we know, Trump says in post 44, let me pull that up for you. Let me share. Oh, I think I can just do this. Share this tab instead. 44 is before POTUS departs on Friday. He will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. So you can imagine how excited we all were when Trump went back on Twitter this past week. And that show, by the way, Hawk, the one I did from the road, didn't I cover Trump's first 2 tweets on Twitter?
I think so. Yes. I think you did cover that.
And he was dropping comms right out of the gate, right?
Yep.
And so you have this, now he's back on Twitter. And this is what we believe the Twitter message is going to be, which is drop 55, look to Twitter, exactly this. My fellow Americans, this storm is upon us. God bless. So we always get a little excited when a Q drop starts with, this Q clearance patriot. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we're taking back our great country, the land of the free. Now, I don't want to give too much validity to that dig that person did, because I mean, I think it's a great dig. Anything that gets you to this drop is a great dig, because this is one of the best drops in all of Q.
Well, that's pretty much signaling the end.
Exactly. This is telling us exactly, Hawk. This is saying, hey, this is what's going to happen. Okay. So,
you got to think of it like this. Battlefields are considered theaters. When you hear generals talking about Desert Storm and talking about Iraq and Afghanistan, they say in theater, theater. So in a way, we are watching a movie.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, the difference is that there are, unlike a regular movie, it is, there are real consequences for this movie.
Yeah.
Real consequences
that
have been taking place over the last few years. So, we have to understand that,
So over the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize, okay, so Q is saying we're going to, without a doubt, we will realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. That is exactly what they not only wish to do, but have been doing to humanity for generations. On POTUS's order, that's Trump, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11/3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11/4. Let me break that down for you. In any theater like Hawk is speaking of battle, of war, there is a primary fallout of really bad damage, right, Hawk? Like,
Yeah.
the initial attacks were unexpected. People weren't prepared. They were taken by surprise. There was a lot of death. There was a lot of primary fallout. Q is reminding us that we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur. Now, we thought for a long time that these were dates. We have since come to find that they are in both the Law of War Manual and the CRF.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And that stands for Code of Regulations. I'm forgetting what the F is for. And Federal Code of Federal Regulations, CFR, Code of Federal Regulations. I'm sorry, folks.
Yeah.
Code of Federal Regulations. And that Slow found. And so that has to do with a foreign occupation. It has to do with foreign players betraying their country. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring. So they're not telling us when it's slated to occur, which is slated to occur 11/3, meaning this is what's occurring, that they're going to be held in contempt of those, in violation of those things. and we will be able to act upon them. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. They're going to show the public what is happening, but most will not be, not most, but many will not be openly accepted because people aren't ready for it. That is why this has taken so long. That is why the only way forward is the military is mentioned once, and 20 times they mention transparency, accountability, and justice is mentioned, because we have to see what's really happening. We have to see, we have to share the transparency, which we do on our shows. We show the transparency of what they once tried to hide from us.
And the thing is accountability is really, people would say justice is the big one out of that. No, accountability is a means in which to, you're presenting evidence, proof of the crimes. Okay, whether it be under the Uniform Code of Military Justice or under the Law of War Manual or under state or federal law. Okay, it is seeing the accountability is, to me, going to be the biggest eye opener, because once people see one, then they have a sense to believe that more are going to follow, because we have seen no accountability so far. We haven't seen it in a good 50, 59 years, 60 years. How long has it been since the Kennedy assassination? There has been no accountability since then. Every senatorial committee or congressional committee hearings and everything else, there's never been any accountability for anything that any of these people have done.
Oh, I mean, that's just one aspect of it. I mean, accountability goes back to handing our the power of our money over to private bankers.
Yeah, who's that? That was Woodrow Wilson who did that.
Yeah, well, it was done in two different 20-year periods, the private bankers would have 20 years reign, and they got in twice before finally getting in for the final time with Woodrow Wilson. And that was Nelson Aldrich. He was a Roosevelt. He married into the Roosevelts, and he was the one that represented J.P. Morgan at Jekyll Island. The Rothschilds were there. The Warburgs were there. All the major families were represented. The three families that weren't there.
Was Astor,
Guggenheim, and Strauss because they were taken down in the
Olympic.
In the Titanic story. And so, so this is so the accountability. I mean, there hasn't been accountability for a very long time because of the indoctrination from birth. You were taught to accept the world as it is being introduced to you, and they own your mind. They take control of your mind. And this is how evil has perpetuated. This is what Ayn Rand was talking about. And it's why it's so important that we follow through on all of this so that we can get our minds back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And
actually, thinking about it, Dave, it seems that the last act of any accountability was Nuremberg.
Well, now we find that wasn't accountability at all.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it.
They were the scapegoats.
They were the scapegoats. They were the problems. The problem area was the Jews and communism.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for another show, but we're seeing all that now. And the only censorship that is really like without question, you're not allowed to question the Jews. In Germany, I'm sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. In Germany, it's against the law to question the Holocaust. What? In England, they're arresting people for social media posts. And it can't be anything anti-Semitic. It's like, I mean, they've taken control of our minds is what is the most important thing that we saw there in that Ayn Rand post. Also, some Anons went into the drops and found Wheels Up because of, Trump had the issue and then now Vance did. By the way, did you know that Trump, when he had that problem in Billings, Montana, do you know the plane he got on?
Was one that they confiscated of Epstein's.
It was one of Epstein's previous jets.
Yep.
And
that company bought up the entire the guy who got it got almost the entire fleet of planes that Jeffrey Epstein had. I think that there were nine or 10 planes altogether.
Wow, the guy never did anything in his life other than fuck children and be a pimp for them.
But
oh my God,
dude, I want to go off of what you were just talking about in regards to what's going on there in Germany. I just dropped another MJ Truth Ultra link in the private chat for you.
Okay.
This is it is so weird that you brought this up because maybe hold on, that one might not be it. I think I had to go down farther.
Candace talked to Tate, huh?
Yeah. There's that one, but then there's one with his brother. I don't know what his brother's name is though. But they got
Um,
very in depth about Germany and about the laws about the Holocaust. I mean, very, very in depth. I
his,
was
his, his brother's
yeah,
Tristan.
Kristen, yeah. Um,
Tristan
oh, with a T, Tristan. Okay,
with a T. Yeah, not Kristen. Like I think he might punch you if he heard you call him Kristen.
yeah, well, he'd have to get over it because it's I'm old.
You
You know,
you have a name like Tristan, you're bound to try people trying to figure out what the hell it is.
here it is. I found it. So this is the one. I'm dropping it in right now in the
Okay.
in the private, and this is from Heart Goat. This is going to throw some real sauce behind what you were just talking about in regards to what's going on in Germany.
Who's interviewing her?
It's Tristan
Oh, this
interviewing
is it. Oh, okay.
Candace. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
Question,
Yes.
and you realize that they have taught us World War II history like we're children. Like, I mean,
Yes.
it's everything they've told us. Virtually everything they told us is either not true or a snippet of the truth, or omitting something that would make us question more of their narrative. And they freaked out when I shared a BBC documentary, no
Yes.
less,
Yes.
because they had tried to like wipe this from the universe
Yes.
about how Germans were ethnically cleansed
Cleanse.
following World War II. Like,
Yes.
so there was no war going on.
No.
Immediately after, they allowed
Anyone to speak German.
Stalin's to just go in
In
and
Poland, Czechoslovakia, they just wiped them off the face of the map.
it's insane. And then to know that prior to World War II, there's a book written by a guy, last name Kaufman, I'm blanking on the first name, where he said it's Germany must perish.
Yeah.
Like, they literally wanted to get rid of Anglo-Saxons. And so when you have that context and you're going, whoa, why was I never told about this book, which was published in America, about like he wrote a book about how they would have to just annihilate them, how they had to make them infertile, that they couldn't produce. And then you hear at the end of that war what was done to German-speaking civilians,
Yeah.
and that should send a chill down your spine.
Yes.
That you don't know it. That is what scares me, that we were never taught it, which means that we were specifically told an angle, and that angle has been protected for a very long time for a reason that must be evil, because lies can only be served to protect evil.
Yes. And you know what? I actually, and I'm going to get put in jail anyway, so I don't care. I'm going to speak my mind because
I'll visit.
you're here. So I actually realized this very, very early on. So I've always been a big history buff. And when I was 19, 20, 21, I was still traveling the world a little bit. And then I realized that every single country has their own version of World War II history. Every single country is different, even all the ones that we're supposed to agree with. Every country is different. France teaches that, the French resistance overthrew the Nazis and they never really surrendered because the French were still fighting and they won the war even though they surrendered. Poland obviously lost epically to both sides. However, the Polish are taught that it was the Polish men who stood up and blah, blah, blah. The Russian actually version of World War II is the most accurate that can be taught, because they talk about all the major fighting and all the heavy lifting essentially to defeat the Germans was done by them, and all the blood was spilled by them. They're kind of correct. But as a young man, when I was reading all these different versions of World War II history and what we were taught, you know what the Germans are taught? Do you know German World War II history if you're in school in Germany? German World War II history is as follows. Some evil people took over our country. Handful of people, wasn't us. Very small handful of people took over our country, and the German resistance movement, along with the Allies, got rid of the evil people. So every country has a different history. And as a young man, I was like, well, this can't all be true. So that's when I started digging into it and understanding World War II history in a way that if I spoke it vocally in public and I had an audience, I'd get put in jail. But by all means, whatever country you're from, please look into this, because it's different in every country for a reason, because it suits their particular narrative. So what's the actual truth?
Right.
The truth is none of the countries who won teach an accurate version of World War II history. None of the countries who won teach the actual reasons why the war happened. None of the countries who won teach the aftermath and, what happened because the war was won by the people who won. So it's a rabbit hole that you are digging up publicly, and
Yeah,
I'll see you in
it.
I'll see you in jail.
Well,
Like,
because it just takes one seed of doubt. And
Yeah.
so for me, having watched a documentary, my jaw on the floor, even learning, and I think this is really why the press attacked me, that so many of the people who executed those crimes were then protected by the state of Israel.
absolutely.
That's already an existential crisis for the allied union between Israel and America. If America start waking up and going, wait a second, why would you guys be protecting people who Solomon Morel, who executed these crimes against Germans, and you refused to extradite him when they actually wanted to prosecute him
Yeah.
for his crimes? That doesn't really make sense. We were told, like, you especially should have a reaction to people that are committing a genocide against people for no
Surely.
reason.
Surely.
Then you go, okay, well, that's weird. And so it takes, for me, that was a major seed that was planted. Like, why would you not tell me about what happened to the Germans? And then when my German friends were privately thanking me and saying my videos were going viral in Germany, and that not only were their ancestors slaughtered, murdered, or ethnically cleansed and pushed out, but they then passed speech laws. So you can never talk about it.
I know. Ever.
Can you think about how scary that is?
They just
Your
put an-
child
they just
being
put an
lined up
83
and shot.
Yeah, they just put an 83-year-old woman in jail for questioning World War II history in Germany. I believe she's 83 or 93.
She's been in jail for a long
yeah,
time. She said she'll never repeat
she's
the
in
lies.
she's in and out of jail, just like me. And she'll never apologize. And I said this on Twitter, on X. I said, nobody, no judge, no lawyer, no court, nobody should be allowed to prosecute this woman unless they're older than her. Because you're taking people who have, it's like your child literally arguing with you about what you saw and how you lived in 1994,
Right.
way before they were born. And I was like, well, isn't that wild that this woman was around in 1939, 1944? She was around, she saw things with her own eyes, and people who were born in the 1960s and 70s are sitting behind a desk with a book of what they're supposed to think about these events, saying this woman is wrong. I'm like, isn't that wild? Nobody who's younger than her should be allowed to even sit in that room and tell her that she has to go to jail for having her opinions, because she was literally an eyewitness to things. And yeah, incredibly scary. And you want to talk about, obviously, the people protected by the state of Israel. Look who was protected by the United States. Who was the first CEO essentially of NASA? Werner von Braun, the man who invented the V2 rocket, the man who invented this weapon of death that was obviously hit London a couple of times. He was the best rocket scientist in the world, but because he was a rocket scientist, okay, cool. You come to the United States. Oh, yeah, you're fine. Oh, you were just doing your rocket science, but we don't care that you were SS because we know you just needed the funding.
Yeah, and that should make people ask some questions. It's like, you're told that you went to go crush them, but then we
took
had a
them
program.
all. Everyone useful, was suddenly an American citizen. He's buried in the same graveyard as all the American war heroes and presidents, etc. And he's buried in a graveyard, I believe, in Washington D.C. alongside ex-presidents, war heroes, people who fought in the American Civil War. He's given a hero's burial, a hero's funeral, but he was an SS officer.
Wow.
Question.
Crazy, huh? Just it just so happened that a topic that just popped up between us. It's that was in my feed,
Hawk, that was you hit that out of the park, because I hadn't seen that, and that is really my awakening came through a man by the name of David Irving. And you can't mention his name in a Jewish circle. But David Irving was one of the greatest historians of the 20th century. And let me pull him up.
Yeah. Also, did you see Sir Oliver dropped a comment in there to check your DMs?
Oh no! I went and I got a bowl of ice cream and a little a finger of whiskey.
Yeah, check your X messages for one from Sir Oliver.
Hold on.
I can't argue with ice cream. Actually, I need to go out and get a pop. So I'll be back in just a minute.
All right. Let me see here.
Hey, bro.
Holy shit! Looks like Oliver did a hell of a dive here. Oh wow. Okay. Oliver, you up for coming on and taking us through this dive? I see it. I was gonna take Hawk through the Hillary Clinton dive we did last night, and you could end with that. But if you're available, I'm gonna send you an invite right now. There we go. All right. I just sent him a message. Come on with your bad self. So we'll see if he is available. So, and then we'll come back to that. But let me show you David Irving. This is what's important to understand here. I want to go to Wikipedia because I want to go to the fake news first. David John Caldwell Irving, born 24 March 1938, is an English author who has written on the military and political history of World War II, especially Nazi Germany. He was found to be a Holocaust denier in a UK court in 2000 as a result of a failed libel case. So let's look at his work. The Destruction of Dresden, 1963. Churchill's War, 1987. Goebbels, the Mastermind of the Third Reich, 1996. Okay. But Hitler's War is a book that he wrote, and he was a historian before this. Like he wrote a book, The Destruction of Dresden, before Hitler's War. And he and there's Oliver. Hey, brother, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Can you hear me?
I can. It sounds like a little bit of noise in the background, but not too bad. I want to talk to you. Let me just finish with this Irving. So when Irving wrote Hitler's War, that changed everything. Everyone now thought he was a crackpot because of the fact that he said that there was no Holocaust. But he said it not because he said it, but because there was no mention of it by any of Hitler's secretaries, his inner cabinet, Hitler himself in his diary. None of the people that he researched and interviewed one-on-one, there was no Holocaust. And so obviously he wrote what he found. And so now we're hearing an entirely different story about not only everything, but also about World War II and the Holocaust. And so now they've discredited him. Meanwhile, he comes with facts. And the Holocaust wasn't even being used in the English language regarding World War II until 1971. So not going down, opening up that whole rabbit hole, but get to know David Irving and some of his lectures, I recommend. With that, Sir Oliver, welcome, my friend. How's it going?
What's going on, man? It's going.
Yeah.
Going.
We had some comms today, and we had some great comms yesterday that you and I covered. But it looks like you got a fresh one you want to share with us.
Yeah, so what's up, Hawk?
He just went outside. I think he'll be back. He'll be excited to see you when he gets back.
So I was looking over Trump's truth, and one that stood out to me was the one where he said, he'll always put America first. And he talked about Kamala putting criminals, and illegals first. Now I'm convinced that he knows about her sister and her involvement with the Hillary campaign during the whole Pizzagate situation in DC. She was throwing fundraisers for her
at Comet Ping Pong.
That's right.
We pulled up that remember I pulled up that flyer.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. We went over that. Yeah. So, he's not holding back. He's letting it all go. You see how he jokes about her with the AI and everything. He jokes about it, but it's true. He says everything about her is fake. That's true, 100%. So you and I went over yesterday the fact that he's bringing Hillary back into the picture slowly.
Yes.
And when you mentioned her pinned post, I didn't really look into that till today. As you can see, I have it up on this graphic.
Yeah.
If you look at that, I'm gonna go along with what I have on my end because it's just easier for me.
Mm-hmm.
I want to walk you through this whole thing.
Do you want? Or did it start with Hillary's, or was that later?
It started with his post.
Well, take us to that. Is that the 36
Right
cap?
there, yep. Right
Okay.
there. So, what he put in the body of the post is important, but I always pay attention to timestamps. You know that.
Yeah.
So, with that said, look at the 416 drop right next to it. You have no idea how sick and evil these people are. So he's already setting the tone with where he's going to take us with this. Right? Soros takes orders from P. Now, there's been a lot of controversy as to what P is. Double meanings exist. You got to keep that in mind.
Pindar.
Yeah, because P, from what I've found, it's both, Rothschilds, or rather, Pesor, is one of them. The other one is Peter Wallenberg, and then you have the Pope. So, it just depends on which drop they're referring to. The P in the kill brackets is the Pope, the chair.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, and it said fight, 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 right? Which we've heard a lot these past few weeks. I lost the breath.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I went away from.
That's okay. What's up, Bob? So
Hello. Yeah, I'm back. I filled up the generator while I was out there and got the dogs all watered and fed up too. So.
Nice. I took my daughter to the Humane Society today to look at some dogs and cats.
Wait up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she wants a cat. We have a dog that we rescued a few years back, and he's lonely, and she recognizes it, so she wants to get a cat to keep him company. So I'm trying to convince her to get another dog because
get a puppy.
Yeah.
That's really the way to do it, because psychologically for a dog, to go from his brothers and sisters and mom and dad to going to a home where you are the only, where you're the only pet. there's a certain amount of joy that comes from that. But after a period of time, and you've set your patterns, all right, well, we're going to go out, we're going to throw a ball for an hour, I'm going to take you for 3 walks a day, kind of thing. You get into that routine, but you have a life that you have to live too, and your daughter has a life that she has to live as well. So wouldn't it be better for him to have another dog
Absolutely.
to have a relationship with than a
Yeah.
cat?
Yeah.
You got to think of it. You need to start showing her the 1950s and 60s cartoons where dogs chased
Right.
cat.
Yeah, man, believe me, I mentioned it. The funny thing is, we had because we realized a long time ago that he needed a companion, and a friend of mine was breeding Dalmatians at the time, and she had a beautiful green-eyed brown spot Dalmatian. We got her female, and she was one of the best dogs we ever had, but she just had so much energy. We couldn't keep up. We were hardly ever home. That dog needed a lot of attention, a lot of outside time, and it just didn't work out. We wanted giving her up to the dog sitter that we had, and my kids were sat behind that, obviously, and I was expected. But now they want to, especially her, she wants another pet for him. So I'm trying to convince her to, I don't know how to do that. I'm sorry. Somebody said something about the noise reduction.
I can actually tell you how to do it. I can walk you through it real quick. If you click your settings button down there on that bottom panel there, you'll see it'll come up. It'll say camera, audio, virtual background, hotkeys. Click the audio.
I already did it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah.
But good to know where it is.
What do you want me to do? Internal microphone built in?
It says edit mic settings, and I clicked reduce mic background noise, and it was like night and day.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
And echo cancellation is the other one you got to make sure is checked too.
They're both checked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Independent.
And basically what that one does is it stops, like if you're using that little microphone that comes on your laptop, a lot of times it'll pick up not just the background noise, but it'll pick up a particular ambient sound, like a fan or something humming in the background.
Yeah, that's the actual hard drive from my laptop.
Right. Well,
Wow.
that turns that off, so you don't hear it.
Yeah, we're not
Good.
hearing any background noise.
Awesome.
So
I'm
thank
so
you,
glad.
Independent Many United. That was an awesome idea. I wasn't aware that existed. So, the just on terms of this calm here on, and I know we got off track on the dogs a little bit, but I love that idea for you guys to get another pet, because I agree with Hawk, but I also think that there's real value. The difference between my puppy and my friend's puppy, when we got on the same day, brother and sister, is that he has the aunt of those two dogs, and so those dogs play all day together.
Right.
And mine just plays with me and goes on walks, and I let him out, and he goes out with the deer. He's behind the fence, but he's out there a lot when the deer are there, and kind of just running around, and so, but he's also become he's much more loving and cuddly than their dog. And I don't know if it's because of the temperament. Hawk, you'd know more about this,
Well,
but
it's your bonding time.
it's a bonding time. It's constantly fighting with the other dog and playing with the other dog, and mine is spending time with me.
Yep. Yeah,
And
see,
so my
so
his
that
daughter,
his puppy is bonding with the other dog
yeah.
and not the humans that are around.
Yes, and his daughter, well, they watched Jasper one night during my niece's graduation, and the next day when I went to pick him up, she was holding him, and when I left, he told me that she was mad at him because he picked the wrong dog.
Well, he got a girl.
He got a girl, and she said, "Why couldn't you pick Jasper?" And he was like, "Well, well." Meanwhile, yeah, he got the girl, I got the boy. So, so that'll do it, folks, for Friday night in the doghouse. We're happy to answer all your pet questions tonight, and please be sure to grab your bone on the way out the door, and
Get your doggy bag.
and tell all your friends about the dog pound here. Okay, so oh yeah, I got lost there for a sec. So all right, back to this dive, my friend, shall we?
Yeah, so let's
Okay.
scroll over to the next drop. So we went over for those who want to catch up right now. The timestamp of Donald Trump's post was 4:16. Military, can you go back to it real quick?
Right here.
Right. The military timestamp is 1616, which is a mirror, right? That's a mirror timestamp, right? So keep that in mind. So 4:16 says Soros takes orders from Pete. You have no idea how sick and evil these people are. Fight, fight, fight. Day of days, game over. Right? Let's go to the 1616 right next to it. This is a military time. Right? Think mirror. What does it say? These people are sick.
Yeah.
Pretty much reiterating what he just said, in the other drop, but it's a link to an article of, one of Clinton's, see that campaign official there?
Right there.
One who was arrested for child rape.
Yeah.
This guy was trying to hook up with babies, toddlers, as young as 2 years old. Sick fuck. Look at the pen on his lapel.
That's Mickey. That's Mickey Mouse. It's a
Rainbow.
gay rainbow Mickey
Yep.
Mouse symbol.
Yep. They swept that under the rug. But this is Trump leading us.
Wait a minute. You don't mean the Disney that owns ABC, which sat on the Epstein story so
right.
that they get an exclusive to the royal wedding. You don't mean that Disney, do you?
Yep.
You don't remember you don't mean the Disney that has a snorkeling trip for children over at Epstein Island off one of their cruises. You don't mean that Disney, do you?
100%.
Yeah.
Couldn't be. No, come on.
100%. So the next drop I pulled up from that post was a 36 because of the 36 caps, and we touched on this yesterday.
We did.
Keeps hinting towards this, and Q said that when these drops come up more often, it's because they're happening. Yeah, you have to keep that in mind. So for me, there's a lot going on in this drop, but the very first three sentences are always key. Military intelligence, no media, no leaks. But if you read what I boxed in there in the middle of the post, right? It says, what if the wizards and warlocks, and we talked about this. This is one of my theories. What if the wizards and warlocks tipped off a local reporter as to the supposed unscheduled stop? Now, there were two unscheduled stops recently, one for Trump and one for Vance, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Emergency landings, allegedly.
Yeah.
What if the NSA, under the personal direction from Admiral Rogers, had this meeting miscategorized and logged under a false identity to prevent bad actors from locating, while also verifying to said players all was clear? no logs. So in other words, they're making them believe that their plan is going through, but meanwhile they're in control. You understand?
Yeah.
What really happened when the wizards and warlocks revealed what they had? So that's something to ponder, because I always believed that they have been in control, even of the media. Even of the media. CNN, you mentioned Hillary's, X account.
Mm-hmm. Humas is the same. It always timestamps back into very damning things about follow Huma and Muslim Brotherhood, all
Well,
that
she
stuff.
comes up in this decode here.
Nice.
So go to, scroll down. Let me see what we got. Scroll down right there. Okay. So here I jump to the video.
Am I going back to the left here?
Oh no, he dropped. We lost him, Dave. He
Okay.
dropped. Got to wait for him to come back.
I'll pull up.
Periodically, he loses signal, so bear with us, guys. He'll be right back with us.
I'm gonna pull up the drop because there's a link. Excuse me. There's a link to it. So
Where's Rodanthi, Dave?
Where's what?
It's spelled Rodanth.
Is it a place?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it before.
For some reason, the name Corbina Drive comes or reminds me of someplace, but they're showing the I guess Hurricane Ernesto took a couple of houses out to ocean.
Wow. And what state? What state? Rodanth?
Rodanth, yeah.
It's the Outer Banks.
Okay.
North Carolina Outer Banks. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess Ernesto is going to be giving you guys some problems out there.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it just popped up on my feed. The house floating. It's not coming in. It's going out to sea. The house is floating away.
You got video? You got video of that?
Oh yeah. Hang on, I'll drop it in the private chat. Wow. Crazy.
And he's back.
I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened.
Hawk needed to talk for a bit, so he couldn't do it with you in the house.
So
all right.
Is Ernesto heading up his way too? Is that heading up towards New York then?
Well, I don't know. It just plowed into North Carolina. We were just talking about this hurricane. Have you seen this? Look at this.
Wow.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh God, it's coming!
How does that even happen?
That house is going out to sea.
Oh my
The
God!
whole house.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh God, it's coming!
What's that, North Carolina?
I tell you what, Dorothy better wake the fuck up. That's all I got to say.
I'm serious. It's definitely in Kansas somewhere.
Where is that? North Carolina?
Hey, yeah, North Carolina Outer Banks. I stayed in a place just like that with my family. We all did a trip there for a Thanksgiving one year, and it was fantastic. We were just reliving the memory of it. These houses, most of them actually have sandbars between them and the ocean. This area doesn't look like that's the case, but they're all on stilts because of this, because North Carolina is basically It's like if you had a storm that was coming through and you turned your face right into it. That's basically North Carolina, the way it sticks out over the ocean. They're facing like all these coming up from the Gulf and from the warm waters. North Carolina gets just crushed. But wow. Okay. So back to the dive. You where we left off, you were let me do this. Hold on.
The only problem with this is because I can't play from my end.
I'm doing it here. I pulled up
No,
six.
don't play that yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Don't play that yet.
All
So
right.
there's
This
a
is where
video.
we're at right here. Right.
If you bring up the
there.
The graphic. So that video right there in the middle, underneath Donald Trump's face there,
Yeah.
that's a video. You can't play it because because you can't, because you just can't. I can do it from my end, but I haven't figured that out. But anyway, this is his press conference where he talked about the 187. We went over that yesterday, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Where he mentioned the 187 being a perfect place and a beautiful number.
Yeah.
And so that's what made me look further into her post, right? Because we made that connection last night.
Well, right. So the 187, I made the connection with the island picture of
Right.
Hillary's post, and then you were like, and he said, and why would he say beautiful? He's calling Hillary beautiful.
Right. And then we looked at it and we saw the 187 is right there in your face.
Yep, right there. So Hawk, this was the one I was going to show you. And I shared this with you, I think, because I did this on that Spaces where I showed that Hillary's pinned tweet timestamps to Epstein Island and HRC, the room and all that. But it also has 187 as a site JPEG right here. And Trump was mentioned in the 187, the beautiful place yesterday. So go ahead. I don't want to.
Right. So, and that's got to be it. That's got to be the connection with that. In my opinion, that's the connection with that. Because you mentioned a perfect place and a beautiful note.
Yeah.
And he refers to Hillary as beautiful Hillary.
And you have 10 days here. Tell us more about this. The breakdown.
Right. So she was not scheduled to do anything in October. They added 10 cities all in October. And the time between the last date in September and the first date in October is 10 days. Right. And we know we've heard about 10 days a lot in the drops, but one of them says 10 days Darnkis, where they misspelled it. We thought they misspelled it, but Darnkis is actually a meaning to that. I added it right there. I didn't add the whole drop, but I added that part because I thought it was very relevant with what's going on right here. Remember, they mentioned this. I mentioned earlier with.
We tracked that to a book on Amazon about about a 5-year-old boy
3 days of
who was kidnapped and was trying to escape.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll drop the link into the private chat. You can grab it,
Nice.
Sir Oliver, so that you can
appreciate
you
that.
can check it out. Absolutely, I'll drop it in the comments, regular comments as well. 3
Okay.
Days of Darkness. They have it on Amazon, and a couple of the other bookstores have it. Very compelling story. Susan Riddle is the story of Susan Riddle.
I'd love to read that. Thank you. I appreciate that. But also, I believe that there was another meaning to that, which referred to like turmoil, like a time of great stress and strife and turmoil. Dorcas. I'm just going off memory. I'm not reading anything. That's what I remember about that. The meaning of that word, Dorcas. But anyway, look at the dates and locations that she has there. One is October 17th at Durham, North Carolina.
Oh shit! Wow. Okay.
And August 28th, we know that's where the drops started. And here, this is the end of her book tour.
Mm.
So I thought that was significant as well.
Now,
go to.
She does say, she just say more cities added. So I think this is an ongoing thing. So it'd be interesting to see if there's anything after the 31st, because the 31st is basically the extraction of her.
Well, if you count, this is what I did. I counted all the dates in October, and it adds up to 10. So this is why I'm saying that her tour was initially set for the end of September to be the end of the tour, and they added 10 more dates, all in October. That's how I read that. I could be wrong, but that's how I read that. And also another mirror timestamp. A lot of mirror timestamps here. All right. Now go to the left.
What took you? I'm sorry. What took you to 4884?
I don't want to go to that just yet.
Okay.
But that's October 17th. The Durham. The October 17th, the Durham, North Carolina date that she's scheduled for her book tour.
Uh-huh.
That's what took me there, the date.
Oh, okay.
But before I went there, I went to another October 17th date. But I don't want to go there just yet.
Okay.
Right, go, keep going to the left. Yep, that's the end right there. Now scroll up. Right. So the time that Trump announced that 187 perfect place, beautiful number was 450 or 45 if you drop the 0, right?
Right.
So here's drop 45 where it says follow Huma. Right? You're familiar with that.
Yep.
And that's what we were talking about. Right? We were talking about that yesterday. Actually, for the last few weeks, this has been coming up, right? You talked about this a lot the last couple of weeks.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But if you look at that timestamp from that drop, 1236, it leads you right to the one below. See it, 1236 below?
Yep.
Now, I did a short recording of that because I couldn't fit the whole drop in there.
Yep.
But that's a paper of, what's her name?
Michelle Bachmann.
Yes. Where she wrote the letter to Ellison about Huma Abedin and her family's involvement with the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's in another drop as well. The actual her actual letter is in a drop.
Right. Yes. And it's hard to find now. I have it, but it's hard to find now. They make you pay for it actually to get a copy of it now through
Oh, you mean the Salon magazine?
No, the actual 16-page letter that she wrote.
Oh.
Unless you archived it, you have to pay for it now to get a copy of it.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So scroll up.
Let me see. This is as much as we have, and that is I'm sorry, hold on.
If you want to bring up, what you could do is bring up that drop, because within that drop there's links, and if your listeners want to read that letter, there's links to that letter there.
Right here on the far right.
Right.
Bachmann defends her witch hunt. This is how
Right.
much of that post is. And the Minnesota representative offers evidence of Islamic infiltration to the U.S. government in a 16-page letter, defended her attempt to root out deep penetration by the Muslim Brotherhood into the U.S. government Friday, writing a 16-page letter explaining and expanding on her initial charges against Huma Abedin, whose parents, by the way, are both connected to the Muslim Brotherhood. The father runs it in Iran. And others are being terrorist sympathizers. Bachmann's letter came in response to a challenge from a fellow Minnesota lawmaker, Representative Keith Ellison, a Democrat who was the first Muslim elected to Congress and also ruined the city of Minneapolis during the George Floyd Summer of Love, and is now the Attorney General of Minnesota, working alongside Tim Walz. Ellison last week asked Bachmann for evidence to support a series of letters of the Republicans sent to 5 national security agencies demanding investigations into the alleged Muslim Brotherhood infiltration in their ranks. And so this is the whole article. This is one of the reasons why POTUS brings up the witch hunt, linked to 16-page letter by Bachmann regarding the infiltration of Muslim Brotherhood in U.S. government. And this is the one that I think you're saying you got to pay for to get now.
Right. The script.
Yeah. Script. Okay.
So notice how Trump always mentions witch hunt.
Yeah.
Right? And
Yep.
and Huma Abedin and Hillary are both considered in the Anon world, they're considered witches.
Yeah.
Especially Hillary.
Mhm.
So that's where that comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Minnesota. They're going to have to clean that state out.
And she's not the only one. 4 members of the House Permanent Select Committee, Intelligence and House Judiciary Committee, cited Ms. Abedin in a letter sent to the Inspectors General of the Department of Defense, Department of State, DOJ, Homeland Security, and Office of the DNI, warning about Muslim Brotherhood infiltration of the United States government. Why is this relevant? Who took an undisclosed trip to Saudi Arabia? What was the purpose of a face-to-face versus phone call, Alice in Wonderland? That was, I believe,
Kerry?
Well, Kerry went for the Black Hats, but what's his name went for the
Kushner.
Kushner went for the White Hats.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is and this is deeply, I mean, that's why Obama did that plane loads full of cash, you know,
Pay off her debt.
yeah. I mean, this is, to pay off Clinton's debt, because they gave her $150 million for the Clinton Foundation, and knowing that she was going to be president. So, and by the way, just look at the mainstream media attack on Michelle Bachmann. Bill Maher compared her to Planet of the Apes, right? And people like Pelosi and Kerry, and and this is them in Syria. It's all connected. Welcome back, Huma. And now comes the pain, and it comes and it brings that same thing up. So, yeah, pretty amazing how this is all playing out. I mean, folks that we were talking to just last night, Oliver, it's like this is more confirmation that Q is still talking to us than even posting on the boards.
That's right. And and I thought that when I got up, because I got up, I don't know, probably about 9:30.
Good for you, man. I was up with the dog early. He was barking at the deer, and I let him out, and then went back to sleep till about what?
But I was
And
busy for most of the day, and when I finally had a chance to sit down, have a cup of coffee, I had to leave again. So it wasn't until about I got back after going to the Humane Society with my kid. I got back with my child a little after 5. Actually, no, closer to 6. And that's when I started looking at the posts, and that one, really struck me, and all the connections. To me, they're connected to the previous drops, which is that's always the case, But when they really connect, like they have been, it's undeniable. Like what you just said. How do we know that there wasn't someone from his team listening in on your podcast last night?
yeah.
And they throw us this bone because it makes too much sense. It makes too much sense. Everything's lining up, and it doesn't end there. So scroll up a little bit.
By the way, you can ask Hawk. It wouldn't be the first time that we thought that they were in our chat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Happens a lot. They're watching. They've been watching for a long time. I don't want to go there yet. Go up a little bit.
Up.
Yeah. Up
Okay.
again. That one. So
That
this is
one.
the mirror of the 416, right? 614.
Right
And
above
this is
it.
a video that we've seen 1,000 times. It's the one that gets him elected. I don't know if you want to play it. I'm pretty sure everyone has seen it.
Yeah, I could just show. Thought I had it pulled up. Didn't I pull that up?
But the fact that it's a mirror to that post, you don't have to look too hard to find. You understand what I'm saying? They're putting it right in your face. 416 military 1616 is a mirror. So you mirror the 416, 614, and there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're making it easier for most people to find. And I gotta be honest, I listened to that video probably for the 100th time. It's more relevant now than it was then. 100%.
Well, let's. What do you say we play it? We get. No one's in a hurry, are they?
I'm not.
No.
Okay. Let's
I'm gonna
let's
have
do
to
it.
go to bed pretty soon because I got to be up in the morning. But
Yeah, no worries. Don't feel like you gotta
no,
hang.
you guys go ahead. I think mine will keep recording until you stop. So, just
Okay. I was just gonna say maybe you could have the YouTubers and Facebookers, which are like 217, come over to X or Rumble because Rumble's back up and running. We got about 217 over on Rumble.
Yeah, they can stay. They can stay there. It's
they
obviously
can,
the
okay.
studio. When you turn it off, everything will go off. So
Okay.
when you end it, yeah.
Okay.
So just stay away from the MEDICAL. Other than that, have fun.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Good
Well,
seeing Oliver.
You mean don't mention? Just
Yeah,
kidding.
exactly.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Just
Thanks, brother.
trying to keep going as long as we can. It's-
Good to hang, bro. Thanks.
All right, man. You guys have a
All
good
right.
night.
Good night. All right, so let me pull that back up here. That'll be the drop 614, and then we click on there.
And while we watch this, I want those who are listening to really try to understand why they want us to see this now. Listen carefully to this video.
Yeah.
And watch what's posted in this video.
Corrupt political.
Let me start that again. Sorry.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. A political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation, and this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda, and the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever is necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented, and the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefits of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family, instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks. Who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much, and I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
So,
Wow.
he just said in his press conference, he just talked about locking her up, or why he didn't lock her up, right? But then you have this connection to his post. That's typical Trump right there. You know, that's
Yeah.
typical Trump.
Yeah.
Where on camera he tells you, you know, I didn't want to do it. You know, imagine me locking up.
He said that in the Elon interview.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
He
He's been
reiterated.
saying that. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. This is all very, very timely.
Right.
Because, you know, a friend of mine said today, he said, we were talking about the possibility of Trump going to prison for a year, going to Rikers, and you and I were talking about that last night, and how we knew people that that are quite knowledgeable of Rikers, and that are that have said that they've been preparing Rikers Island for Trump. I think you put even a dollar amount on it, didn't you?
It's true. They are. And they're up to 5 million that they've spent preparing for this. But I don't believe that, because where does it cost $5 million to prepare for someone to go to jail? It just doesn't make sense.
Well,
You know,
the fact that they have to keep him safe, and that they have to keep him away from the other inmates. That's what I
simple.
took that to mean.
No, that's simple. And talk to your friend about that. That's simple. It's called, you know, solitary confinement.
Yeah, but
And,
they can't keep him in solitary. In other words, they're not going to. Here's the way I'm looking at it, and this could be completely wrong. So I don't want anybody to think. I just heard from one of the Sneds that she knows the warden, and that he confirmed that they're going to great lengths to prep for Trump's arrival. And it's because my understanding, this is where my thinking takes over, is that all the arguments that would be made against putting him into a population of criminals is that he is the former president, and that's like putting a judge into prison, right? Or a police officer, somebody that has been a part of the system that has enslaved these men, are not safe within that system when they themselves find themselves in that system. And so they would have to go to great lengths. They couldn't keep him in a box for a year, because, you know, so Trump's team, let's just take this to the courtroom for a moment. On the sentencing, And Trump's arguments against sentencing in Rikers Island is he's not going to be safe there. He's a former president. We've got to take, and he can't live in a box for a year. And he can't be restricted, any more restricted than any other inmate. That's where I think the 5 million went to, because they literally would have had to create another kind of like an in-law suite, but with a prison and a yard and exercise equipment and so forth, right? Or he just takes that at a different time.
So in Rikers Island, they have a section called, we refer to it as the Sprungs, right? And it's pretty much
say that again.
The Sprungs. The Sprungs is low. It's low security. Lockdown. It's for people that are nonviolent, mostly drug offenders, and it's kind of like a camp style setting where you're in a big tent.
This is the dude. I believe that shared that info.
Yeah, it. Look, you're not going to convince me that this is going to happen. They could spend 10 million preparing for him. It doesn't matter. He's got. If this judge decides to imprison Donald Trump, he's done. Because the Supreme Court already protected him.
Yeah.
If he did that, he'd have to consider his career done. He's done. Because he's violating a ruling by the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Trump has immunity right now. That case should be thrown out. And this is why I said that the $5 million that they're alleging they spent to accommodate Donald Trump, I can almost guarantee you that some of that went in their pockets.
And guys,
you see those tents in the back? You see those tents in the back?
Follow us on X. Yeah.
You see, yeah. That is that's North is it North? No, it's C95. You got HDM right there, the big buildings across. But the white tents all the way in the background there, that's the Sprungs.
Okay.
That's the Sprungs.
And how would you describe the Sprungs?
It's for nonviolent criminals, mostly drug offenders,
and Native Americans.
Yeah. But they have everything they need there. They have a lot of sports activity. They get a lot of time outside if they want to go outside. It'd be easy to isolate him in one of those facilities, and that's what I was getting at. I didn't mean like a normal
solitary confinement
setting, right? Because normally when they put you inside HDM, I spent a lot of time in HDM. They have
what's HDM?
The House of Detention for Men.
Okay, all right.
It's the oldest jail on Rikers Island. There's 3 tiers. If you ever see movies about jail and they show, like a
is that downtown Manhattan? Huh? Is that downtown?
No, it's right on Rikers Island. It's on Rikers Island.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm trying to get back to these images for some reason.
It's right there. You see this set of buildings?
Sorry, let me get back to it. I lost that. There we go.
These set of buildings here on the right side of the screen. Those buildings there. Yep. That's HDM. There's more. Okay. They're not showing you the whole picture. There's more to that. But basically, those long buildings, those are blocks. You can see them right there. You see them?
Mm-hmm.
Right there, yep. Those are blocks. Each long section is called a block. There's one side, and you have the corridor down the middle. So each side, let's say there's 1 block, 2 block, 3 block, 4 block, 5 block, 6 block, 7 block, 8 block, because the corridor splits them up. So one side one, the other side's another. And
4
then
and
each
4.
side of those, right, and each side of those blocks is an A side and a B side. But then there's also underneath that jail is what we refer to as the dungeon, which is solitary confinement for the worst of the worst.
Wow.
You know,
Okay.
under extreme circumstances, that's where you're sent. If you're a predicate offender, where you're constantly stabbing people or cutting people, they send you to the dungeon. You know, if you're a high case profile or a high profile case, like, you know, you're in for multiple murders, what have you, they send you there. You know, because they know you're a threat. You're automatically a threat.
Right.
So
Right.
they put
Right.
you there. You know,
Right.
if you're a member of a gang, high profile gang, and you know you're a threat to others, because there's a lot of gangs in there. They put them in places like that. That's real solitary confinement. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, you know, setting up one of those tents just for him. You know, but I really don't think.
Marta says the island was originally under 100 acres in size, but has since grown to more than 400 acres. Do they use landfill like Staten Island?
I'm not sure.
Thank you,
I'm not
Marta,
sure.
for that. So, all right. So all I was saying is that the Trump defense, if he is planning on incarcerating him, the Trump defense is going to be like, listen, he should be house confinement at Mar-a-Lago if we have to do this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And
Right.
their arguments are going to be everything that we can imagine. And so my guess is that if they really want to incarcerate him, they have bent over backwards to make sure that he is safe, that he
Right.
is, you know, all of these things, that he can see visitors and, you know, and so that they're going to take away any argument the Trump legal team poses to keep him out of incarceration. And that's why I think they took that 5 million. And like you also mentioned, the corruption that exists in that arena. And so maybe 2 million of that might be spent on actual facilities, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, there's a jail there. There's a jail there, C-76, where they send people who are sentenced for a year or less. They do their time in a building called C-76, and
Oh,
they
really?
spend their time working. Everyone that does 8 months to a year in that building, they work. They all work. You know, no one spends their time doing nothing. And so they may send them there if anything happens, because technically by law, that's where he's supposed to go, C-76.
Okay.
But it's a real jail. You can't isolate him. You understand?
Yeah.
Whereas
yeah.
whereas with
How
the
about that?
Sprungs,
How about
you
that
can
picture, bro? How about that picture?
yeah, I've seen that 1,000 times.
And by the way, they're gonna say, and we're gonna give him a room with a window where he can look out and see Trump Tower. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
please continue.
I actually see a boomerang effect. I see, you know, these people who are trying to put him in jail going to jail. That's what I see. Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, you know, even Merchan. I see Merchan possibly losing, you know, his right to preside over any cases, you know, losing his license. That's what I see. Clearly, this is political. We already figured out that it came from the DOJ. You know, you have the connection
what?
with his daughter,
The what with OJ?
the connection to the DOJ.
Oh,
So
okay. I thought
DOJ sent one.
you said the connections to OJ, and I'm like,
Oh.
listen, man, I watched it. I didn't remember. I don't remember Marshawn. I would have remembered that douchebag. All right. So,
No, but the main thing is you know, the money that his daughter has made off of this. Yeah. So
Oh yeah, the daughter is, and okay, now the connection that we were making when when it was Joe Biden, when he was going to be the next guy to run against Trump, and we were bitching and moaning about Marshawn's daughter being associated with Harris, and people were like, "Oh, she's just the vice president. It's no big deal or whatever." Right? It's like, well, now he's running against Harris. Okay. So I
Right.
think this is, and he's not recusing himself, which
Right.
is like, that's law 101. I'm sorry. I was mentioning this last night. You're not even going to get picked on a jury of a car accident if you've had a fender bender at all.
Right.
It's a conflict of interest. It's a bias against the case. And this is just, he should be disbarred just on that basis alone.
Did you
Or
see
certain-
how they're saying that they're receiving death threats now?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, this is the rules for radicals. This is Saul Alinsky 101. You
Yep.
accuse your opponent of doing that which you are guilty of.
Yep.
Right? I mean, this is unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. Folks, if you want to support this broadcast, please do so. You can see the ways in which to do so below, and I'll share the patrons on the next show if I don't tonight. And I'm grateful to you for supporting my work and over these 5.5 years, and continue to, especially down the road, down this stretch of very, very serious matters. And this is such an important time in human history that we are in. And to see the fact that we're even talking about the former president of the United States possibly getting sentenced to a year on in this, like, really, I mean, a lot about this prison, bro. This is a serious prison. Like,
I spent 4 years there.
Wow.
Spent 4 years fighting the case. When I first got there, they didn't give me bail. I laid up for close to 2 years without bail. And finally, I submitted a writ of habeas corpus. A jailhouse lawyer taught me how to go about doing that. And that's when they gave me bail. And it was $250,000, which I couldn't post at the time, but my attorney at the time I hired. After that, after we submitted those motions, they gave us bail. I hired an attorney, and he got the bail dropped down to $35,000, which I then posted, and they remanded me a week later, menace to society. So now I could not make any bail.
What?
I have to finish. Yeah, I had to finish my
playing
hearings.
games with people's lives there.
Yeah, they remanded me and labeled me a menace to society. So after I posted that bail, I fought to get that bail, and after I posted it, they let me out. They took that away from me, and then they didn't want me in Rikers Island. They sent me to Bronx House, and that's a whole different story. But I wound up beating that case. They tried to set me up. They had a what's called a CI, confidential informant.
Right.
And he was basically lying. When my attorney cross-examined him, we caught him in so many lies that the jury came back with a not guilty verdict. So, and I had the Bronx DA and his whole team against me. Like, they really wanted me.
Can you in a situation like that where they've kept you where you're not a flight risk, unless there was previous history of that being a possibility, you shouldn't have had such a high bail First of all, you should have had bail right from the get go. Took you 2 years to get bail, and then you're in for 4 years until you beat it. Do you have any case against the state of
No,
New York?
because what happened was they blamed the CI. They said all the information that they gathered on the case was based on his testimony. And so if I were to sue anyone, it could only be him. You understand?
man.
And he ran. You know,
Well, meanwhile, though, he's an extension of the police department.
Right.
So
Well, he was working with the FBI. So
Right.
my
So
case,
he's
my case
yeah.
at the beginning, on the onset of my case, it was FBI and Major Case Squad out of the 52nd Precinct of the Bronx. FBI dropped it. Major Case Squad, took over, and they were offering me 15 to life. And
Oh my God.
I had no choice but to fight.
Oh my God.
I knew I was innocent. They set
What
me
was
up.
it? Do you mind sharing the charge?
Attempted murder, armed robbery, kidnapping, grand larceny, a couple other charges.
Why did the CIA pin you?
The CI with
I'm
confidential
sorry,
informant.
not the CIA.
He was jealous. He wanted what I had.
And what you had was
I don't want to talk about it. I was
Okay.
living good. I was living good. I had a limousine company. I had a few limousines. I had nice girlfriend. I had a nice lifestyle.
Mm.
But, he was jealous. And it wasn't the first time he did that. I found out afterwards. I actually
Oh.
saved this guy's life. I knew him.
Damn.
I knew him. I saved his life before this happened to me. Some people that I knew were after him, and when I found out, I stuck up for him because he was what I considered a friend.
Wow.
As it turns out, he was, confidential informant the whole time, and when he had the opportunity to put me away, and this was right after my brother and my father were murdered. Today's my father's birthday, by the way.
Oh wow. Wow.
This was right after my brother and my father were both murdered the same year, 1990.
Oh man.
This was right after that. Yeah, it's
That's
pretty
harsh.
wild. Maybe one day we'll sit down and write a screenplay.
Wow.
Put a
I'll
movie
tell you.
together.
Yeah, I think that the best fiction is nonfiction.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever said it that way, but it's real life. I mean, you can't write this stuff like the stuff that's been happening with Q and with Trump. And I've said this many times and I touched on it a bit last night when I said that if I was writing the white hat script right now in terms of awakening the masses, I couldn't do a better job. And that's as a published screenwriter, and as a to take that one step further in looking at this and how this is happening and going down. If we were sitting, Oliver, if you and I were sitting in a writer's room, or just we're hanging out at your place or my place, and we're writing this script, like you would be saying some of the stuff that's happening, and I'd be like, no, that's it's a little like two on the head. It's like the nail on the head,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's
I'll
so
tell you a
many
funny story.
things that
I'll
it's
tell you-
like, and you'd be like, no, Dave, you gotta, we can't name the person, that, because that would be, we can't name Obama. It sounds too much like Osama bin Laden, and we can't make him a former Muslim, and now he's all of a sudden a Christian in a church where he is in a gay club, and two of the gay members have been murdered, and another guy who had sex with him in a limo, and he wasn't born in this country. And you and I'd be throwing back and forth these ideas, and we're like, no, that's it's too unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
100%.
and that's where the cabal has hidden for generations in
Right.
plain sight.
Right.
In the basking in the glow of absolute sensationalism, like 9/11. I'm looking at this picture of Manhattan, and I don't recognize it.
Yeah.
Because I grew up with the Twin Towers. I've been there. I put the Twin Towers prominently in movies that I did in New York City. I mean that are now dated pre-terror attack, pre 9/11. My vote was like within months, get those towers back up just the way they looked.
Yeah, we all wanted that.
Upgraded. What's that?
We all wanted that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, nothing changes this skyline. Nothing. Maybe if you
we
want to
were
make
actually we were actually asked, because I'm a structural iron worker,
yeah.
and we were asked, like, how would we prefer to rebuild the towers, and we all said the same thing: build them right back up.
I
the
didn't
same
know
way.
that. I didn't
Yeah.
know that. I love that. I love that, man.
Yeah, it was
That's
pretty wild.
badass because I don't want anything to change, because every time now you look at the New York skyline, that you're reminded of that day. And you're reminded that we got our asses kicked that day, because what we didn't understand was who did it and how they got away with it. I mean, those beautiful towers were that was downtown. That was the financial district. That was, that was a part of the world that was envied.
And windows on the world.
Yeah, windows to the world, right?
They had the restaurant. They had the restaurant on top.
Yeah.
that
Hey,
rotated.
tell a story if you would. I'm going to take a little man outside real
Yeah, I
quick.
just wanted to say funny story. When I got out, when I beat the case and I got out, a friend of mine, he's a photographer, pretty famous, doing his thing behind the scenes. And he gave me a couple of gigs that he knew of where they were going to be filming in the city, for upcoming movies. I said, all right, I'll go check it out, whatever. I'm not doing anything. I just got out of Rikers. I'm not, didn't have a job at the time, whatever. Anyway, one of the movies is called The Keeper with Giancarlo Esposito. And it was funny because it was a jail setting. He was a correction officer, and some of the scenes took place within a jail. And of course, they hired me to be an inmate. And I'm telling the director how to stage the scene, because they just didn't get it. You could tell whoever they were consulting with was not anyone who had done any time in jail. And so I found myself telling the director, no, we should do it this way. And it was a funny story. I wound up getting a scene in the Eddie Mato story, HBO special, and New Jersey Drive, before I just lost interest in doing that. Dave, I don't know if you're listening, but yeah, a small scene, if anyone in the chat has ever been on a movie set, to shoot even a 5-minute scene can take hours. You know, you're standing around waiting all this time, and it's just, it was kind of, you know, discouraging to me. It wasn't what I thought it would be, so I left. I got into construction, and then I became an artist.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a weird world. It's a weird life, and you know, being on a movie set was once described to me as high school with a budget. And it's so true, man.
Yeah. Yep.
And you get these you know, these crews, and they're lifers, man. They're in it for life, and they're a strange breed. They're a different breed, man.
Oh yeah.
And there's some beautiful people in it, and there's some people that have been, you know, churned up and spit out.
Yeah.
Chewed up and spit out, and are shells of what they once were. And because their dreams were shattered, they came to Hollywood to set the world on fire as a screenwriter, and they're working as an assistant, second assistant director on set. You know, it's, you know what I mean. It's like, because they just happened upon that. Like I almost got into. I had an opportunity to become a Teamster, because my first 3 jobs, not first 3 jobs in film, but first 3 jobs behind the camera, I was in Transpo all 3 times. And I said to my friend who gave me my first job out there, met him walking our dogs in Central Park, by the way. But he, I said, this is the last movie I'm going to do is Transpo. He's like, why, man? He says, you know, you can make good money in Transpo. You can get in Teamsters, the whole bit. I'm like, no, man, I came out here to be a director, to be a writer director. And he's like, no, man, he's trying to talk me into it. And I see how you could go down that path. Right. And it's very discouraging.
Yep.
But it's the golden handcuffs that you get, and it's the easy job that you get in the next gig because of what.
Well, one more gig. If I had done one more gig, I would have been eligible for my SAG card.
Yeah.
And I would have been all right. But I was just turned off by the whole thing. You know?
Yeah.
And I think I told you this before. That's how I met Isaiah Washington.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, on the set of the Eddie Macho story, that HBO special we did years ago. Long time. I mean, that was 1990.
Yeah.
6.
Dude, listen, let's do a show with him.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. You're in touch with him, right?
Yeah.
And I told you his wife was instrumental in us, you know, being at the Waldorf School, which was an incredible education for my daughter. She basically, she's a beautiful woman. Oh my God. And what an incredible mother. And I mean, and we were concerned because we didn't have a lot of money, and this is a very expensive education. And it's not like an expensive, like, you know, status symbol type, you know, private school. It's the reason why it's expensive is because they really teach your child how to think for themselves, not just dump a bunch of fucking information in their brains. And so we didn't think we were going to be able to make it happen. And we were in Santa Monica, which is a great school system. And by all standards that our education system is based on, which means it's shit. And so we didn't think we'd be able to make it. And Isaiah's wife said, I've never met a family that wanted this education that they didn't make it happen for.
Wow.
And dude, that switched the switch on in our minds, and Amy and I looked at each other and we said, let's do this. And
Wow.
here we are. She's doing it in high school too. Same school, same curriculum.
Cool.
Yeah. So little bit of a tangent there, but I warned the audience at the beginning of tonight's show, because it is a an awake zombies show, and that I often go off on tangents, and but I assured them that that's where the gold is. So
No, it's all good, man. I like when you start talking about stories like that, because it's important. It's important to throw in a little bit of your life experience into your, your chats with your audience.
yeah, we haven't called it this in a while, but they used to call it story time with Uncle Dave. Is what they called it. Yeah. It was yeah.
I got some stories, man. I got some unbelievable stories.
I know, man. I want to do more of this, where we can just hang and talk. And yeah, because one of the things when I was we were talking about after the Elon Musk Donald Trump thing, I don't know if you saw any of it, but I just talked. Like I used to do that a lot. I got started just talking I just walk the beaches of Southern California, and I just talk and hold my phone on a selfie stick my daughter, got for me. And so after the Trump Musk thing, I kind of got into the foundation of what we were witnessing there. And one of the first things I showed was that black journalist for the Washington Post talking to Karine Jean, whatever the fuck her name is, who's not even born in this country, and is buckwheat. Yeah, I call her Black Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, she's something else. She lies blatantly to the American people, and it's so
disgusting. And she's not American. And dude, she's not American.
Right.
Like she wasn't born here.
She's fucking communist.
Yeah. So I showed that, and I said, now here is something that everybody obviously has a concern with. Like, oh my God, I can't believe they're talking in the White House press corps about why are we allowing these two men to get together and talk. It's like, when you think about that, it's absolutely insane.
It's crazy
on the surface. But when you go a layer lower, you also realize that what does that have to say about what they think about us?
Right.
I mean, the arrogance.
They don't think about us.
That we can't, but that the arrogance of this surface, like we're looking out for you, okay? By what? Not trusting me to be able to discern for myself what I should and should not listen to, or what is accurate and what is inaccurate, or factual or false. You're going to keep this from me because you don't think I can handle it? It's like, what are they saying under their breath about, the population of the world or America? That they,
well, if you think about it, Dave, they like her in particular, she's talking to her people.
Yeah,
she's a shame because it's a slap in their face, because they think that they're stupid. They've been able to control that population all these years by lying to them, literally, lying to them, treating them like shit, and year in and year out, they keep voting for them. because they're black. And let's be real, that's the only reason. And now, even more, because you throw in the genderism, right? Now it's a woman, black woman. You know, it's not just black now, it's a black woman. So you have to support her. And it's sad. It really is sad because they're completely brainwashed. Yeah, and some of these people, you know, they're good people. They're just, and a lot of times, I will say this, a lot of times, it's people who have been through so much strife in their life that they feel someone of their, you know, someone, you know, who's like them, right, one of their own, is going to come in and save them. And it's the total opposite. It's the total opposite. And that's where they fail, because now it's like you have to say to yourself, I was wrong. I fucked up. I was wrong. I supported the wrong person. I spoke out for this person. You know, I denounced others in my community. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna put their ego aside and admit that they were wrong. I know this for a fact. I've actually experienced it. You know, so that's the bottom line. Until
what have you experienced?
People not willing to set their pride aside,
yeah,
and admit that they were wrong.
So
that,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So that they can move on. You know, it's actually very simple. I was wrong. I fucked up. I was wrong. Look at Stephen A. Smith. Perfect example. He still supports the black community because he's black. He's pro-black, 100%. But he admits when he was wrong, and he's starting to question everything right now. You know, and he's a celebrity in the sports field.
Yeah.
You know, so thankfully he's speaking out. You know, he set his ego aside, and he's saying certain things that I would have never have thought he would have said. But we need more people like that, like Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey needs to come on and start speaking truth, you know, instead of saying what they pay him to say. You know, you look at Cat Williams, who doesn't care about, you know, being judged by anyone. He just spits truth all the time. He's always been that way. Right? He calls them out. He calls them all out. You know, Ricky Smiley, you've heard of Ricky Smiley, right? The comedian.
Yeah.
Cat Williams called him out because he's full of shit. And come to find now, right now, as we speak, the Kamala Harris campaign is paying him to support.
Wow.
Okay. To the tune of $10,000 per clip. And he's not the only one. There's a lot of influencers, social media influencers, that they're paying right now tens of thousands of dollars to say that they support.
Illegally.
Right.
Absolutely illegally.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I mean, you know,
they need to go to jail. Yeah. They all need to be caught, you know, charged, arrested, and sent to Rikers Island. They need to be sent to Rikers Island.
Exactly. Well, one of the things that I started to say is that we that have, you know, 18 years ago, I had to say, I don't know shit. Okay. What? I'm a, you know, I got a child on the way, and I thought maybe I need to really wrap my head around what's going on in the world. Okay. Because I was pro Bush, I was pro Iraq, I was pro Afghanistan, I was fuck those guys for taking down the Twin Towers. I have a connection to those towers. I knew 2 people that died on that day. I'm sure you knew people that died on that day. It was just tragic, and it was the Muslims and the 17 guys or whatever the hell it was flew into the building. So I was that guy, okay, and I once I started cracking open some of this stuff, I watched Zeitgeist 2007, and I started listening to Alex Jones, and I talked to my boy every day that turned me on to those things. He's here in Austin. He got the brother, he got the sister to Jasper, my dog.
Okay.
So because we know each other from LA. Uh, um, we met. A quick side story. I had finished my feature, sold it to HBO. Got now. I'm not going to tell you that part, but let's just say that something happened in the entertainment industry, sidelined me for a while, and I had to make some money, so I went into sales, and I just took this shit job as a telephone sales, doing timeshare. Like if you own one, we can advertise it for you, and you can use it. You can rent it out to somebody who wants to go on a vacation, and they can, you can get a family because it's got kitchens, and it was like Airbnb before Airbnb. It was
Right.
fabulous.
Yeah, I
And
own two of them. I remember.
so the first day of this job, and they were basically, if you had a heartbeat, you were hired because it's straight commission, right? And so they just want to see who works and who doesn't. The assistant manager took four of us out to lunch, and at the table she says, "Hey, tell me what you guys like to do for fun," and everyone goes around and tells, I like I like the martial arts, or I like to do this or this. And it comes around to me, and Ed is there, my buddy who, I was just talking about. And they said, "Dave, what do you like to do in your spare time?" I said, "Well, I like to, uh, you know, look up the classifieds and find a job that's looking to hire, and go take that job and befriend my fellow coworkers, and then murder them and bury them in my backyard." And and Ed fucking lost it. Like he lost his shit. And everybody else's mouths, they were all other women, and their mouths were like on the floor. Their jaws were on the floor, like, what did he just say? And so from that point on, Ed got me. We got, and so but anyway, that was just a story. But he was the one that kind of turned me on to some of this stuff. Like, hey, man, check this out, and that was a part of my awakening. But each one of us that awakens and has that moment, we all had the one thing that we can all connect on, and this is why people that are awake, that like really awake and consistently awakening themselves, like you and I know a lot of shit, but we're learning something new every day. I mean,
Well, I was there. And so I was awakened real time by the stuff that I saw. And I was trying to tell people what I saw, and most people didn't believe me. I had National Geographic recording me for a good amount of time that I was there because of what I was doing. It got to a point where
you mean at Rikers?
No, not at Ground Zero.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you meant at first, but then I
Ground
thought,
Zero. Yeah. So
right,
so I was there. I was there.
You were in a cleanup crew.
I was right from the beginning. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. For about 3 months. And,
yeah, the audience probably doesn't know that about you.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I got a lot of stories, but for me, outside of what I experienced firsthand, I remember 9/11 Fahrenheit, Michael Moore being the first real documentary done on this, but I was paying attention more to the science of it all, because I'm a structural engineer / iron worker who understood that there was no way those buildings would have been brought down the way they claimed they were brought down. I saw with my own eyes what happened to that steel.
Wow.
That was 100%, a controlled demolition, without a doubt. That's the first time nanothermite was used. The steel melted. Mind you, I was there 3 months later. We were still pulling molten steel out of the pile.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't happen with jet fuel.
Right.
You understand? We use lancers. It's called lancers. They have long rods, fuses to cut through the steel, because some of the steel was 6 inches thick. We couldn't do it with a torch, with a regular torch.
Wow.
Oxygen acetylene torch. So we had to break out the lancers. And that gets to about 3,000 degrees. Jet fuel doesn't burn that hot. And if a plane did hit, right, let's just say planes hit, those explosions from impact, that's all the fuel. Fuel's gone. You understand? The fuel doesn't decide to hang around and now let me burn everything in the building. No. When the planes hit, the fuel's gone. You understand? So, and we have all the evidence now. We saw how they went in there weeks prior, months prior, and set up in the elevator shafts, in the basement, on the 96th floor.
The Israeli students.
Yeah, the B Squad. Yeah.
And the Marvin Bush.
But from me, Dave, before I knew any of that,
yeah.
When we were told to leave, we were there that day, and we were told to leave because they were bringing the building down. Okay, now we're on the west side of Manhattan. We couldn't get close to the towers because they had come down and they had secured the whole area. They didn't want anybody going down there. They were afraid, there would be more harm. And there were 2 FBI agents that came up to us. It was me and a carpenter that made it down there.
Now, what day are you talking?
Same day. The day of.
The day. Okay, so the day of, because it happened in the morning.
Right. So we were down there later on, afternoon. We managed to get down there. A lot of people I know managed to. Some iron workers that were at the hall that morning, friends of mine, were able to get there. They went with a crane and their tools, and they were able to get there. But they weren't allowing them to do anything, because at that time they didn't know what was going on, allegedly. So we were told, we're on the west side. They were by Chambers. We're on the west side, and we were told to leave the area because they were bringing the building down, building 7. Okay, this is before they brought it down. So when that happened, they didn't allow anyone else back down there. And so we had to leave for the night, come back the following morning, and that's when they were kind of organized. And I was on the first bus in with about 50 iron workers, and then they just kept busing people in. And then, people were coming from all over the states, different parts of the world. There were people there from Australia, you name it. There was a whole raising gang from Chicago that came down, I remember. But I got pictures. I got a lot of pictures of what happened down there. At first, it was a rescue mission. We're trying to find people alive. We were finding other body parts. They found some people the first day. But again, it was mostly just, body parts and dead people. Ironically, the 2 overpasses from the World Trade Center to the Financial Center across 12th Street, 12th Avenue, the West Side Highway. There were 2 overpasses where you could walk over to the financial district. One was crushed, the other was totally intact. So anyone who went into that overpass there survived. There was just some broken windows. But across the street at Financial Center, there was a set of columns. I remember because I had to weld it to the building to secure it while we set up a crane to pick it and remove it. But it was a set of columns that spearheaded into this building. Could you imagine the force that it would have taken to send these set of columns into that building and literally spear into the building and remain stuck there?
Wow.
I mean, it was insane. You saw the pictures. You saw the pictures of the columns and beams being blown in the air.
Yeah.
That was all nano thermite explosives.
Yeah.
Pulverizing everything on the way down. True story. When ChatGPT came out, I had a little one-on-one asking about 9/11. I set out to trick it into telling me the truth about 9/11. And what I focused on was plane parts, because we didn't see any. The whole cleanup, the whole time we were there, not one plane part. So I'm asking ChatGPT, and they kept on bullshitting me. Finally, they come out with an article from 2014 that they found a plane part wedged in between two buildings. That's the only plane part that they ever found.
Wow.
How do you explain that?
Yeah, you can't. And I mean, Shanksville was a joke. The Pentagon was a joke.
Right.
There was no planes.
And speaking of the Pentagon, Q said that a plane flew into the Pentagon. So when because an Anon asked about that, and they said yes, a plane did fly into the Pentagon. So when a question comes up about, Q being asked about JFK, I always go to that. Yeah, Q said JFK is not alive, but Q also said a plane hit the Pentagon.
Q also said that the Earth is not flat.
Right. Right.
Right.
So that tells you right there what about JFK Jr. He's alive.
Disinformation is necessary.
Yeah, 100%. And
and the
now
double meaning.
I'm glad I brought that up, because in my dive tonight,
Uh-huh.
the last two drops that I wanted to show you, in my opinion, allude to him being alive.
Oh,
So
wow.
remember you asked me about the October 7th drops? Like, why did you go to that drop? I said, because October 17th, not 7th.
October 17th, yeah.
Bring it up real quick. Let's finish that. Those are the last two from that dive.
But so just landing this plane on this tangent that we went on, just that we had to humble ourselves and say we don't know anything. Anybody that's awakened from this slumber, awakened from this indoctrination, we have had to humble ourselves and do that. That is one thing that we all have in common. The thing that the people that are still asleep don't have is they have this pride and they have this ego that is not allowing them, like you were saying, to be wrong.
Right.
And they are the most arrogant of all of us. And the reason why Stephen A. Smith finally woke up is because he's an arrogant fuck. And that's why he took him so damn long, because his ego is almost out of control.
Yeah. I never liked the guy.
Me
But
neither.
he came out and spoke against Kamala. He's like, what the fuck? You gonna hide in the basement too, like Joe Biden did?
That's beautiful. Yeah, I love it. I love it. And some of these guys, like Musk and like Michael what's his name? The fucking New Yorker, just dumb shit. Michael Rappaport, right?
Oh yeah, okay.
He came around, right? Look at some of the people that are coming around. They're making a bigger impact. And so back to the conversation with Trump and Musk. Here's two men that have had incredible lives, and they are trying to keep it so that we can't listen to them. And I've experienced that as well, where they don't want people to listen to me at a very much smaller level. And all the Anons have,
Well, you know that they were both on the board before the drops, right?
No, you mean
Elon and Donald Trump were both on 4chan before the drops.
I knew Trump was. I didn't know Musk was, but that makes sense.
So we're coming full circle.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so you have, two men that have the success they have. We should all just want to, hear what they have to say, because we can learn from them or learn more about them. Just like you and I are talking. I mean, we're just talking about different stuff and going off on stories and things like that, also diving into some of our expertise. But there's a reason why 3,000 people are watching us right now, or 2,500, something like that. Just because we're talking about some interesting shit, and we know a lot about a lot of stuff. And these are the type of people I was saying earlier in the show, in the fourth quarter, you put your starters back in. Okay. Right. And I was talking about I was talking about Script. I was talking about some of the OG Anons. We got to put our starters back in, because we're the people that should be, people should be listening to, because we're the people that they're talking to.
Did you see that they attempted to hack my account? Did I tell you that?
Yeah, you did.
They got AO. They got it.
They got who?
AO, Awakened Outlaw.
Really?
They got him.
Shit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm confident he'll get it back, but to me, it's all happening again. It's 2020 all over again.
Well, yeah. It's the election year.
Yep. They went after Cat Turd. They went after a few OG Anons that I know of recently, in the last couple of days. The same account. They disguised themselves as X support, and it was linked to Trump's Pretty Woman. They were using Trump's Pretty Woman's account. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. So it's election year. It's the most important election in the history of the United States, if it happens.
And everybody that feels like they are the benefactor of the censorship have just admitted that they cannot be trusted to hear certain things. But here's the thing. They don't look at it that way. They look at it the way that MAGA idiots shouldn't be exposed to this, because there'll be more of them and they're all wrong and I'm right. That's the view from the left.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to your dive. Which is, let's see, here we go. So we just went to 614. We went to the video that would get Donald Trump elected.
Right. Keep going down.
Okay.
All right. So this is the first October 17th drop that I looked at, and it's the JFK Jr. question. Right. That was the Q&A with Q, and about maybe 50 to 100 Anons.
This is hard to read. I'm going to pull it up. It's 48.
Okay.
45. Is that Is that
I think it's 4885. 4885.
hey Jasper? Jasper, come here. Okay. I'm outside. Okay,
So
4885. Here we go.
right. So he was asked several times if JFK Jr. was alive. The initial one is right there. See the 428-0189?
Yeah.
That was the first question in that Q&A that asked Q about JFK Jr. And it took him a while to answer it, but he finally did answer with just a no. See? No?
Yeah. Yeah.
But then he was asked again several times. And that's why you see above that where it says JFK Jr. is not alive. Scroll back up right there.
Right here.
See? But when you look down past all the links, those are all links to Twitter accounts mocking us about JFK Jr. coming back to be, POTUS's VP. They were mocking us. But then Q says, do you see how it works? Why are they so heavily invested in attacking, forcing POTUS to denounce, attempt 2 times? When do you expend ammunition? So to me, that's telling you everything you need to know about that question and why they answered no. Had they responded yes, forget about it. The press would have had a field day with that.
Yep.
This way he answered no. They ended it right there. Shut it down. No questions asked after that.
By the way, I know somebody who worked with Bobby Kennedy, and I asked her about his touching his nose, right? In the interview, when somebody typed in, is JFK Jr. alive? If yes, touch your nose. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
And so Bobby Kennedy touches his nose he read it and then he did it, but it was very much, that's why he did it. Like there was no other reason for him to touch his nose the way he did. And she said, yes, he said that wasn't the case. And it frustrates him when people bring that up. He had to backtrack that. He had to backtrack that because he was, getting so much shit about it.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter. We all saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can backtrack it all you want. We all saw it. We saw you looking at the comments and we saw you touch your nose.
Yep.
So the previous drop, right? The 4884, which is a mirror. Go to that one. It's a link. It says, enjoy the show.
I'll keep my head up. And you were in this. I'm just getting warmed up. This is von Clausewitz shit. Total fucking war.
I'm just getting warmed up.
I'm gonna pull the whole thing down. I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gotta be biblical.
Yes.
Beautiful. Holy shit.
I could picture JFK Jr. saying that.
Yeah. I spent an entire afternoon with that dude in Topanga, the Topanga days. Nice guy. I liked him. Gerard, what's his name?
Gerard is his name. I don't remember the last name. But yeah. Butler.
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 Yeah. He's a real guy's guy too. Like, he's not one of these Hollywood actors. But at any rate, wow. Okay, there you have it.
And the reason why I went to that is the October 17th date in Durham, North Carolina, right? That Hillary is it's set to have a book tour at,
Right.
but it's the drop before the JFK drop. So now
Yeah.
look at it in sequence. You go to this drop first, and then the very next drop is about JFK Jr.
Yeah.
JFK Jr. is known to have said that he's going to bring down everybody in DC who was involved with the murder of his father. Why would they put those two drops next to each other?
Right.
Hello.
And, excuse me. And also, I'm sorry. Hold on. On the same day, October 17th, which is why you went there. Yeah, I love it. And Q has also said this is going to be biblical many times.
That's right. And we're almost there, man. I could see, for me, when I look at Endgame, I don't see Kamala at all. I never saw Kamala.
Me neither. Me neither.
But the fact that she's there now, you have to look at her sister and the role she played. Aside from Kamala being a communist and everything she did while she was AG in California, how she allowed Planned Parenthood to continue doing business as usual.
Yeah.
Aside from that, you got to look at her sister and her involvement with the Podestas. Yeah, you got to look at the fact that Trump is talking about Hillary being locked up and how he just couldn't do it, right? So that removes himself from it, right? I just couldn't do it. I couldn't see the wife of the president going to jail. The crowd even booed him. And he was like, oh, come on. Did you catch that in the rally when he said that?
At the rally?
He said it. He said
What'd he say?
he has mentioned him not arresting Hillary. He's mentioned that several times now in the last few months. And one time in particular in the rally, he was booed when he said it. And he addressed the crowd. He says, no, calm down. And he explained how, he just couldn't see the wife of a president being arrested. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine the wife of the president being arrested?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
You have to look at that and really put things in perspective. Like, he's a president too. Could you imagine his wife being arrested for whatever reason?
Right.
So now he's removing himself from that. Everyone wanted to see Hillary arrested, and they wanted to see Trump do it because he said he was going to do it.
Yeah.
But it's not going to happen while he's in office.
No.
It's going to happen under the Biden administration. Now.
Yeah. I'm just pulling up the follow the family. Q said multiple times and because what Oliver's talking about is Kamala's sister. What we're talking about is Mershon's daughter. We're follow the family. And Q said that multiple times.
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Sure. How you all doing? We got about 2,500 beautiful people. I woke you, D. Thank you for that. Glad to be that person in your life, D. That's pretty cool. I really appreciate that. Zeitgeist has been mentioned a lot lately, Nathan. This was that was part of my awakening. Yeah, same. Lacey, amazing. I even voted for Obama twice. Boy, was I ever dumb. Lassie, thank you for that. You know, for you to say that is that's the ultimate owning your decisions and your decisions being wrong. And that's what a lot of people have a difficult time with, right? And, we're better people for having done it. We absolutely are. And we're better people than the prideful people that won't do it. Ah.
So yeah, I see it coming full circle. And you just brought up a drop not so long ago that literally said full circle in there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. It was I can't remember where it was. But yeah, okay, back to your dive, bro. So nice job on the 4884 and 4885. Where do you want to go from here?
Well, I think that was it.
Okay.
Show me the whole.
That's it? That's it? That's all you did?
Trust me.
Dude, come on, man. Look at this. Look, dude, show your work. I bet you were that guy in school that you didn't really show your work because, you could only see what the guy next to you had. But but look at this, show your work, man. This is pretty impressive shit. I love how you're doing this now. You might need some arrows though.
Yeah.
Right? Right? Get those arrows in there.
I used to do that, and then I resorted to just when I do a big graphic like this, I'd rather just explain it because I feel like the arrows sometimes are misunderstood. So if I explain it through a short video, and by short video I mean like a half-hour video, I can explain it a little better.
Hey, who are these guys with next to Trump?
That is I asked Grok to generate a photo of the Q team.
Are you shitting me?
I'm not shitting you, bro.
Wow.
And they're all military.
Can you drop that the original picture to me?
Yeah, I'll see you. Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, cool stuff, man.
Yeah, God knows, because it's Elon.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that.
Wait till you see the original. It's pretty wild.
By the way, I haven't tried. I've got Grok, but I haven't tried the image generation yet.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Are you dropping it in the private chat?
I don't know how to do that.
Okay.
Send you a DM.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, you have it now.
Okay.
I just sent it.
All right, let's pull this up here. There we go. Everybody see that? Okay. Interesting. So you're thinking this is Elon next to him, right?
No, I think that's JFK.
JFK, and this is Elon to the right of him.
No, this is all military. That's Admiral Rogers
To the right.
to our right. Yeah, that's Admiral Rogers. That's JFK next to Trump. Because at this point, you have to imagine that JFK is military. You understand?
Yeah.
He's probably a general at this point. You know, maybe with the NSA or some
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
know. You know what I mean?
Yep.
This guy here is probably like what was the guy's name? The last NSA director that he retired under the Biden administration. He's got a funny last name. Naka something. I forget.
He was Asian.
No, he wasn't Asian.
NSA direct.
He wasn't Asian.
I can't remember. Is it Nakasun? Yeah, Nakasun.
Nakasomi. Yeah, Nakasomi. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's Asian, isn't he?
I'm not sure. Maybe partly. But I
don't
think that
think- here he is. I mean, he doesn't look it no, but I think there's some in him because I think that last name is Japanese. But yeah. So you were saying about this that guy. You think that
I think he was one of them. Yeah.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I think he was part of the team because he's NSA.
Right.
And he was into the Biden administration through COG onto the government. So,
And how about
he retired? And he retired when the time was right. He retired. The guy in the back, I'm torn. Yeah, I don't know because Pence has all white hair, right? But I'm not fond of Pence.
Same.
You know? And so, you know, Sessions maybe. I don't know. But it's just weird how
Could be Sessions.
they made sure they put the military guys. They flanked them on either side by military, and then they put the old guy in the back, which is probably maybe a general. McAllister, was McAllister one of the good guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Trying to remember. It's late.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like not working on
Well, that's cool. That's quite something, man. Yeah, I got to check out that grok. Wow, nice dive, man. That was cool. What a world right now, man. What a world.
Somebody asked Grok to generate a picture of what JFK would look like now. Let me see. He said JFK passed away in 199. They get stuck when you ask them stuff like that. I asked them about Biden. If Biden was alive, they got stuck. So we can't answer that right now. Try again.
where is the Grok 2.0? Where are you doing that?
You go to it's. I'm on my laptop.
Yeah, same.
So you go to Grok, and
Okay.
it's right there. It says Grok 2 Mini Beta. Interesting. This is the photo that it came up with. Let me see if I can share it with you. Send via direct message. I don't think this is what he would look like, but this is what Grok thinks. You got it? I sent it to your DM.
Okay.
I don't know how to send in the private chat. How would you send in a private chat?
So if you go over to the right, upper right hand corner, under brand, it says private chat, and you click on that, and it gives you a little chat box down at the bottom.
Right? But there's no option to attach a photo or anything.
I think you can share a link. I think that's the only thing that you can
Copy
really.
link. Okay. There's a copy link option. Let me see if I can paste it. Came up as a link. So I guess you'd have to go into the private chat and grab it.
Or just click on the link and it'll take me to it. Okay. All right. So here's the picture of what JFK Jr. looks like if he were alive today. Wait a minute. That guy looks familiar. What the hell? Grok, what the hell?
You know who you look like. Have
Who?
you ever seen what's the name of the movie? Oh, I love the movie too, and I can't think of the name. Shit. It'll have to come back to me. I don't remember it. But you look
All
just like him there.
Here's Grok.
JFK Jr.
Well,
Kind of looks like 007, huh?
yeah, Remington Steele.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty remarkable that AI did that in seconds.
Grok right now by far is the best AI that I've seen.
So, is that right?
Mhm.
So if I'm on my Grok, what's that?
No, I'm just talking out loud. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. Let me see. Where was I? I was right here, and all right. So here I'm on my page, right? And if I click on my Grok here, it says ask anything. Is that where you say generate a picture?
Right. And then you put generate a photo of whatever you wanted to generate. You could even tell it things like, use your imagination and generate a photo of XYZ.
All right. Generate a photo of what JFK Jr. would look like if he was alive today.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Kind of the same guy.
Oh, wow. Looks like his dad.
He does.
Interesting.
Wow.
So what do you think? Do you think there's going to be an election?
No. And I've
Why?
said, and I say that if there is an election, I think they're going to catch them in real time.
Right. That's the same. Same. That's the only way I can see it going to November 5th. So they can catch them red-handed and put a stop to it. And then there's investigation, so on and so forth. They find out 2020 was rigged, which we already know. They give it to Trump, but that might take a few months. You know. And so in that time period, you have and it's interesting because if you look at the drops from November 5th.
Do you see this one, by the way? Do you see this one?
He looks more like senior than junior.
Yeah, that's because they gave him my age, I think. That's
you put David Snedeker.
Yeah. But I don't think Grok knows what I look like, so just gave it the same guy with a little different tint.
You'd be surprised. I told Grok to generate a photo of me. And it looks like me. And I did. I did that to see if it would know what I look like.
There we go. Generate a photo of David Snedeker. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my God, because the golfer Snedeker. They don't know who I am.
Right.
Hey, story of my life. Story of my life. Hey, I'm on the list. No, you're not.
With me, my name is unique. It's not common.
What, Snedeker isn't? Although there is the golfer, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I could see, like you said, going to the wire. And up until that point, all the shit about Hillary and Obama, all resurfaces with more information that you and I have never seen.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, they get caught cheating the day of, so they have to stop it all.
Yeah.
Now it's under review, right? Now time passes by. In that time, if the deep state has any power left in them, they're going to try to shut everything down. That's when you might see the financial collapse. October, it usually happens in October, right?
Yeah.
You may see the financial collapse and your Black Swan event, so on and so forth. So it can go so many ways right now. Yeah. But I don't see Trump going to jail, and I don't see Kamala on the ticket come November 5th.
I don't either. I think the white hats are in control, and the best thing the white hats can do is bring Hillary and the Obamas back into the Clintons and the Obamas back into the public eye for one last, attempt at unseating Donald Trump. And everybody's now awake and ready for us to destroy them.
Yep.
And they will limp into the election until the arrests.
Yep.
And
somebody asked about EBS. When is EBS out so others know, so we don't look like fools? But here's the thing. They have been putting out emergency broadcast system messages.
Mm-hmm.
It just hasn't been countrywide. Because we got one here in New York not too long ago. For the first time I've ever seen, my cousin got it on his Apple Watch. So they were displaying it on all devices. I don't know whether it was a test or what, but do you remember? And it was this year, probably early spring, where there was explosions in New York City in the sewers.
Yeah.
Okay, there was no reason for that whatsoever. And New York City is a series of tunnels. Underneath New York City, it's all tunnels. whether it be for the subway system or water lines, old subway systems that are not in use anymore, old underground railroad tunnel systems. It's all a series of tunnels. And out of nowhere, we had these explosions underneath New York City. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's and we never know when, because knowing when puts puts the operators in danger.
And it puts them on point, puts the enemies on point.
Yeah.
And you can't have them knowing your strategy, your game plan. Trump said that he will never let them know what their plans are.
Yeah, exactly. This is pretty good. Have you seen this? Let me share this with everybody.
All the conspiracy theories come out around it too. I don't know what to believe. All I do know, all the conspiracy theories come out around it too. I don't know what to believe. All I do know is that if our government tried to do an assassination attempt, that's kind of how it would look. Right? It was very inefficient. That was the DMV of assassination. It's not good. Very small budget, you could tell. They wanted to do it with a grassy knoll at a parade like they were used to. They're like, we can't swing that. We got to do a tin roof at a town fair. That's all we got. Can't get any ex-military people to take the shot. Let's get the kid who came in last place on his marksman team. That apparently high schools have marksman teams. I've never tried it. Dude, that was just one big government block of cheese. Like, that's all that was.
Yeah.
I was hoping Trump was going to come out the same day, ear still bleeding, and do the press conference. They tried to shoot me. They tried to shoot me. They were too slow, and I'm too fast. I dodged the bullet. They didn't even see it. I saw it coming from so far away. It was like the Matrix. It was all in slow motion. Call me Neo. I'm the chosen one. They say he was a Republican. That's what they'll tell you. They'll say he was a Republican that shot, but I'll tell you right now, he shoots like a liberal. I'll tell you that. He shoots like a liberal. Not straight. So not straight. They said it was a fake bullet. That's what they said. It was a real bullet. We found the bullets. Turns out the bullets, they were made in China. That's where they were made. They were little teeny tiny Chinese bullets, so small, so tiny. I shot the guy back. They cut the cameras. They didn't show you that. It was me who shot him. I pulled out my Glock and I shot him right in the fucking face. That's what I It's crazy.
That's funny.
Is that dude good or what, man?
Yeah, that was fun.
It bothers me when people don't put their names down. Like, this guy just does a brilliant set and we don't know his name. The DMV of assassination attempts. Well, I don't think that. I think that a lot is you and I are in agreement that a lot of the comms are just giving us, they're setting us up for,
final stage,
this to be over.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what over looks like. I don't know what the length of time, right? Didn't Q say, doesn't it take us into 2025?
Q said to be determined. Q said right now we're in V2, movie 2 right? The second part of the movie. But the third part is to be determined. There is a third part. Because remember, Q said there's a plan after Trump. So, yeah, this is going to go well past 2025. It's the drops. Part of the drops is supposed to end 2025. But there's a plan for after Trump, which would mean, 2029 and beyond, right?
One of the drops says something about 7 years from
2 years prior and 5 years after, which puts it into 2025, or 6 years. 2 years prior, 6 years after, which puts us at 2025.
Yeah.
But then there was an Anon who asked, is there a plan after Trump? And Q said yes. So if Trump's going to be president for another 4 years, that's 25 to 29. So they already have a plan for 29, through 33. It's not going to be over. It's not going to be over with Trump. It's not.
What's that?
It's not going to be over with Trump. There's too much that needs to be done.
Yeah.
It's going to take another 8 to 12 years to maybe get it right.
I think we should have done it like Saudi Arabia did it.
Maybe. Q said that's what's going to happen. What happened in Saudi Arabia is going to happen here.
Yeah. But it took a little longer. They didn't really care what their population thought.
Right.
They just did it.
Right.
Whereas here, everyone's got to wake up.
Yeah, and they don't want any casualties. Yeah, at least amount of casualties as possible.
They don't want the vast majority of the population to be in a hospital once they start seeing what's going on. They've already seen it. They've seen through the looking glass. They've figured it out that this is the way it had to be done.
Yep.
And Q reminded us that when they came back and said, "Shall we play a game once more?" And the Anons were like, "Q, throw us a bone here. It's been a year and a half. Where the hell you been?" Q says it had to be this way. Now that's on 8kun. I never took any credibility away from what was going on, because that's all still good information. It has to do with DNA, holding on to your DNA. Yeah, I'm not, I don't think anybody knows enough to know, when it was compromised and how it was compromised and the whole bit.
Well, Jim did. Gold Monkey and Jim did, and it was early on. Which is why they had to switch over.
Oh yeah. I don't mean that part. I'm talking about when it went over to 8kun.
Yeah, I think by that point it was secure.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Q talked about it being secured. And remember this, their satellites were taken down.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Well, brother, it is 4 a.m. What do you say we call it a night?
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
Another great night. I appreciate you, and good dialogue, and we're still. I mean, people are still hanging on. They're either fast asleep, with their computers and phones still on, which is great. Which is great for the Nielsen ratings. Not so much for our ego. But
you had quite a few people engaged. They've been communicating on the chat for a while.
Yeah.
Marta.
Yeah. It's actually the same person just talking to themselves. It's Marta just talking to herself in there. I'm kidding. Yeah, Ren says, thank you for keeping me up all night, boys. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, to get rid of the weeds, you grab at the roots, and weeds tend to grow back no matter how much you try to pull them out. I don't know if they got bored and they're talking gardening tips, or they're actually using analogies to the deep state. I'm just gonna entertain myself over here. Pay no attention to me. Yeah, this is good. One theory out there, Barb says, is that November 5th will happen is they have to let them incriminate themselves again before arresting, and to be glaringly obvious to the normies. I think the normies, I think that's very valid, because one thing that is happening that everybody is starting to see is that the what's coming out about Georgia, like this whole Fani Willis thing, is all about. Oh God, I had a post here that this is a brilliant video. Maybe we end with this. If I oh yeah, so Joe Hoft is, see this? Joe Hoft. Let me show this part. Let me show this part to everybody.
Was as corrupt as you. No FBI, no group
FBI
was as corrupt as you. Nobody. I'm challenging you, FBI. This is Merrick Garland, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden's FBI and DOJ. Christopher Wray. You guys are liars, and you know it. You covered up for the crimes in 2020. And here's the bomb. I wrote a piece last night at joehoff.com saying, hey, get ready. We're going to drop a bomb on this show today. Here's the bomb. Our FBI is corrupt beyond belief, and they covered up massive crimes across the country, but especially in Georgia. They're complicit with these crimes. How can I say that? Because they came in and they allowed these lies to go forward. They did not investigate. They could not have investigated because the evidence is there. We have the evidence, FBI. We have the evidence of material crimes that were committed in Georgia after the election of 2020. Not only did we have video evidence that Rudy Giuliani released after the election, which from a professional auditor's perspective, I've done 200-300 audits around the world. I've presented to audit committees around the world. I've never seen anything so broken. If I would have walked into an audit committee and said, hey, we've got the evidence, it's right here on video, look at this, they would have said, fire those people right away. Fire them. And anybody who hired them, get rid of them. But our FBI stood up behind them and backed them up. And Joe Biden's giving these people awards. This is outrageous. Not only do we have video evidence, we have much, much more. So if something happens to me by this corrupt FBI, I want people to know we've got the evidence. We've got it. More than just video. We've got the evidence. We've got it. They know it. We've got it. We're going to drop this bomb piece by piece on these animals because we got it. Damn you, FBI, and damn you, DOJ, and damn you, Biden administration, and you criminals who stole this election, and Raffensperger and Kemp, all you guys, damn you for not standing up for the truth. We got the evidence. We got it. It's more than video. The video was enough. We've got more. We want you to know that. We want you to know it. Sit on that, FBI. Sit on that. This is breaking news at Joe Hoft show here on TNTRadio.live. This is breaking news around the world.
So that's Joe
Fired
Hoff.
up.
What's that?
Fired up. He's fired up.
Yeah, I love it.
Like many of us should be. We should all be like that.
Yep. Yep. He's the Joe
Table,
Hoff.
the
He's one of
black
the
one.
creators of the Gateway Pundit. He and his brother. So and we have this is the evidence that we've seen.
Right.
But even with this, we
Table, the black one, was placed there by
check this out.
the lady with the blonde braids
Now,
at
we've
about
seen this, but
8:22 a.m. in the morning. So she put that table there. So the same person who's staying behind now, the same person who cleared the place out under the pretense that we're going to stop counting, is the person who put the table there at 8:22 in the morning. Yeah, I saw 4 suitcases come out from underneath the table.
Biden gave her
Yeah, upper right
medal-
hand, woman in red.
presidential medal, right?
So he just pulled one out.
But people were so asleep that they couldn't even.
So what are these ballots
cognitively
doing
wrap
there,
their heads
separate from all the
around
other
how much
ballots?
cheating was
And why
going
are they only counting them whenever the place is cleared out with no witnesses?
This was after
is the
they cleared the
question.
place with the fake pipe leak.
So these machines
Utterly.
can process about 3,000 ballots an hour. You have multiple machines there, and they're there for 2 hours. So you do the math. How many ballots went through those machines in those 2 hours when there was no one there to supervise, to be present, consistent with your statutes and rules?
And then check
Shay
this out.
Moss.
What you're talking about.
Yeah.
Look at his smirks.
Inspired by the stories her mother told her about the movement for voting rights in America, Shay Moss pursued a career as an election worker in Fulton County, Georgia. Because of her dedicated service, she faced death threats, harassment, and intimidation by those seeking to overturn the outcome of the 2020 election. She would later testify to the nation about her pain and resolve. Today, we the people honor Shay Moss for helping to ensure the American people have a voice in the destiny of our nation.
And then
Lady Ruby Freeman viewed her civic duty as a Fulton County election worker as a sacred mission to ensure the people of Georgia could exercise their fundamental right to vote freely and fairly. In the 2020 election, she upheld that sacred mission despite an orchestrated campaign to overturn the election and that targeted and threatened her and her family. And today, we the people honor Lady Ruby Freeman as part of our nation's voting rights history. Lady Ruby Freeman viewed her civic duty as a.
I mean, it's all there. I mean, they gave them awards, and Trump even challenged. Hey, come here. Hey, come. Trump even challenged the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists who covered the Russiagate investigation. You know, he's calling out the award winners. Trump also kind of said an odd thing today, saying that the award he gave Adelson was better than the Congressional Medal of Honor. That was kind of an odd one. Kind of a slap in the face for veterans. All right. We may have lost Sir Oliver. Did we?
No, I'm here.
All right.
I'm here.
Yeah, Trump said something about. Did you catch that today?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
He said something about what?
He said something about Adelson's Medal of Honor that she got.
Yes.
You know, that she bought for $100 million was better than the Congressional Medal of Honor that veterans get.
I saw that. And he got criticized for that.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. You know, he's being honest, and he's talking about not what it stands for, but the actual metal itself, the quality of the metal is what he's talking about. In my opinion.
What do you mean?
Well, the metal is probably a better. There's more value to the metal, is what I'm saying. It's probably a better looking metal than the metal that the veterans get.
It could be.
That's what, you know, Trump. A lot of times he talks about how things look. You know, and certain being better than others because of the way they look.
It could be as simple as that, and they could come back around with a boomerang and say, no, what he meant was this, exactly, like maybe something like what you just said, to make them look like fools again.
Yeah,
because he's giving them rope to hang themselves.
Yeah. I don't really pay too much mind to it. Yeah. Trump cares about the veterans. I know that. He's not trying to let them talk anyway at all.
No. And that's a story that they continually make up, that he said negative things about them. It's unbelievable. All right, my friend. Guys, you can find Oliver at Sir Censorlot and at Pollock Sir on X. Please go give him some love over there and find some great digs, some great dives. And until we meet again, my friend, thank you. Good
Thank
stuff.
you, brother.
All right, man.
Thank you. Talk soon.
Have a great weekend. Talk to you.
You do the same. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Good night, everybody. Much love to you all. Thanks for hanging tonight. And God bless and Godspeed. All right, good night.